What is good? Year number 7 now, Isha? Holy shit. That just feels weird.
I told you it was closer to a decade.
Right? Then what?
Then under 5 years.
It is not closer to a decade than 5 years. So
then
that's
under,
bad math.
Then under.
Who said under 5 years?
Anyways. Good to
Where
see
did this
you all.
debate even come from?
From the last time we did a show together.
Anyone that's about to exit out of the stream because they don't see Spoke Z, do not worry. He just said he's running like 5-10 minutes late. I'm pretty sure he literally had to run across the street to the 7-Eleven and grab some beers. So we're here. We're ready for it. This is definitely one of the more interesting drafts, I think, Isha. Like, this is a year that I think even Z is going to have trouble in the top 10 being able to predict as accurately as he has in recent years. What was it? I think his best year, he went like, what, 12 or 13 out of the first 16 he had, right?
Yep.
And there were some curveballs thrown in there too. But this year is pretty... We have a pretty good idea of how the first few picks will go, but I think the only one that is a full-out lock is number 1, and especially because this is the first year in a long time where we actually think trades are happening.
Yeah.
Like, these picks can be moved. I have no idea if the Buffalo Sabres are going to be using that number 4 pick. It sounds like the Sharks could be moving number 9. I don't know what's going to happen here, but it is just all the more fun. Of course, a little bit more chaotic for the people running production on our end to change up graphics and whatnot, but whatever, we'll figure it out. Before we even get into the draft specifically, Isha, this week has been an absolute shit show. Insane, chaotic. We'll get into all the stuff from Wednesday, especially if there's anything in particular you want to talk about. But for me, what the hell does Jason Robertson want? Like, he wants to go to a winner, but he wants to make 15 million, and that's just never gonna mesh into one. I don't know what he wants.
He wants a whole lake, Danny Heatley style. He wants to name it Eugene.
Oh my god! I thought you were gonna say he wants to have his lake and eat it too, and I was gonna die.
Oh my god! He wants a little Minnetonka.
No, like I thought you thought that was the expression. Like, that's what went through my brain for like a half second. I was panicked.
Oh, that would have been good. That would have been good.
I might have never recovered.
I was blown away like everybody else with the news that he turned down that offer. And yeah,
he's turned down several though.
Well, yeah, several.
He doesn't want to go to places, but dude, yeah, Seattle, no tax or no state income tax. That always gets misrepresented, I guess, but no state income tax. And are they a great team? Are they going to win a cup? No, but he could go in and literally be their poster child, which they desperately need. Like, the reason they're making these big swings is because basketball is coming in the next year or two.
Yeah. And
so far they've had one overperforming season and they are desperate to be competitive again. And I just don't see a path to it, especially if you've got things like, if a guy turns down 15 million to come to your team, that's bad. And I'm not like shitting on the Seattle Kraken by any means, because I think that's crazy. I think that's insane on Jason Robertson's part. But it tells you a little bit about where you're at, and it's got to panic and kind of piss off a lot of their fans, and I don't blame them. I don't. It's been a shit show from a management perspective.
Some of the picks haven't hit maybe to the level that the fan base maybe expected.
The problem is too, they're just like redundant in all their drafting, and to their credit, like, they're at least taking good players. Like, we've been happy with their first round selections. It's just been confusing that they keep taking the same guy. And yeah, okay, Cosgrove doesn't care. That's fair. Yeah, I genuinely feel sorry for the fan base. Like, that sucks, but where does that leave us? Like, what teams can you see Robertson going to where he's going to get the money he wants and be on a competitive team? Because he straight up, like, he doesn't want to take a shade over what Rantanen's getting in Dallas. So like that, it sounds like they were willing to pay him a little over the 12 million a year that he's getting. He says no to that. Okay, team you can win with.
Yeah.
No state income tax. And you're like, no, I'm going to find something better elsewhere, or you're going to sweat it out and you're going to have to pay me. Like, no, they're not. Like, they'll take the 4 first-round pick compensation if you think you're going to go the offer sheet route. But again, is there a team out there that can win that can pay him that much. I don't see it. I don't see it. Unless he's like got one specific team and he's just not willing to come out and say it, or Dallas is trying to hide that fact and they're doing a great job of it.
Mm-hmm.
It is Chicago he wants to go to.
Oh, dude, that's so. I was like, that's the only team that's coming to mind, because like Seattle before all this stuff was another one, because like you said, Pacific Division, way more of a breeze right now than the fucking Central. And
Seattle's at least got a path back.
Yeah, and you're gonna be making good money, and you're gonna be their franchise player. And like, look, Seattle's it's a little gloomy in the wintertime, but like, so what? You take a ferry up to Vancouver Island, the sun's there, it's beautiful.
It's crazy. And I honestly, maybe he doesn't want to go to Canada, which like, whatever. I'm not even going to get into that whole discussion, but
hey, I don't blame him at this point. I don't even live in Canada right now.
But I thought the Ottawa Senators would have been hand to glove like that. Like he could have gone in, and he's not the same player as Brady, but like he brings more offense than Brady does. And that could have been fun. Cause I still think Ottawa's a decent team. And I love the recovery that they made. Like they got dealt a shit hand. I think if you look at the spectrum of like players leaving Canada, because now that's become the whole conversation, I think Quinn Hughes is like the far left end of the spectrum where it's like, no, the team was dick and he's like, I want out. He stayed there for a while and it's not like he was like demanding out. You had a dysfunctional organization. You had your two best forwards battling each other to see who would get traded first.
Well, and he took a team-friendly deal, first of all, anyways, because he wanted to win with that group. And
he gave them the heads up, just like Matthew Tkachuk did, which, again, I give Tkachuk full marks, too. He's like, listen, I will stay here and play and give you everything. I'm not going to be re-signing, so if you want to get rid of me, and let's do this. On the opposite end is Brady Tkachuk, who I don't blame him. I think the way it's been handled has been pretty weird, like that he's going out and publicly debating like, I've never said I don't want to be here. I've never said any of these things. Like he could just be like, hey, I'm committed to this team, say like the positive things that you need to say so that the team can actually get a reasonable trade package. But like, oh, here's my 3 or 4 teams. No, he flat out said Florida. That's it. And so for what he said, they got a good return. And I love that they flipped a piece into William Eklund, one of my favorite young players, Slippery Pete. I would have loved to see him play more with Macklin Celebrini, perhaps at one point, but it pretty much points to the second overall pick, which was highly debated. They got to be going Stenberg if they're making a trade like that.
Yeah, like it's every tiny bit of hope that I had that Stenberg would drop to the Canucks is gone now. Like it's not happening. It's not happening at this point. Like, I hope the Canucks just start wheeling and dealing and just try to get quantity in this draft versus quality and aim for the quality in the next one.
Yep. Anything that stood out to you, like anything that you were particularly interested in that's happened this week?
There's a lot of ways we can go, but like I really liked the Jordan Kyrou move from the Capitals, but then confused as to why that move was made when they brought in Tuck after. Like they have so many wingers, it's insane. And you're thinking like, oh, is this maybe Ovi's, or was this maybe Ovi's last year? Because like, where the hell are they going to fit all these guys? Or are they not done wheeling and dealing? And are they going to try to beef up the defense or center? Like, what do you think?
I lean the opposite. I feel like they're doing this because it's like, all right, let's give Ovi a reason to come back for one more year.
We're just going to throw a bunch of players in the blender and just however it works out in camp, we're going to make the lines this way. Like,
at least they're trying. I don't know, dude. They did it 2 years ago. They literally played fantasy hockey 2 years ago and just grabbed players that are or have been good. And they're like, hey, it'll fit together somehow. And I was not a believer. And there they go. They dominate the Metropolitan and off to the races. But it's still weird to me. It feels weird. I think they'll be a solid team. Like they're definitely in contention for the playoffs. I'm far from saying that they are a playoff team. So maybe there's more work to be done. I mean, who knows with all of the teams and trade speculation going on? I mean, what was the comment at the beginning of this from Cosgrove? Peterka, Larkin, Robertson could be traded tonight. Major fireworks pending. Like that's a lot of movement.
Yeah. All big players, big names. Like, yeah, it's wild.
Peterka. Oh, I missed this from hockey from home. Maybe this will make Z even more late. Peterka to the Bruins as we speak, by the way. But it's still being
Hockey from home
discussed.
sometimes doesn't have all our sources.
I know they're talking about Peterka. Like, I imagine that at least there's some basis for this. But yeah, not done. Whatever.
Damn. Well, that's why like Z's just not going to show up if that's the case, because he's going to stop by the drop and he's not going to make it to stream.
Anisha, can you hear the TV in the background here?
No.
Might as well find out now. Perfect. All right, so I'll be able to leave it on. My question for you then, because we feel like we've got 1 and 2 hammered out. You're a Vancouver fan. How do you feel about the way they should use that draft pick?
I would like to see if they've identified that they want to beef up the defense, a prospect pool, then sure, Chase Reid's a guy that there's time to develop him. I know they already have Zeev, but it doesn't hurt to have another one of those guys to develop on the back end there. I just want to see some movement in, like I said, if they can still keep the third or use that maybe to move down a couple spots, acquire like a second or third in the process, and then use the other picks to move up to, I don't know, 15-10 range, something like that. That's
What?
Ideal. I want to see them
talking about. You want them to trade back?
Well, if they can get, say, 2 or 3 first round picks.
Don't they have 2 first round picks?
They have 2. If they can get another one, that would be ideal. And if it means moving down from 3 to a few spots, it doesn't bother me in the slightest.
How are they
I'm
going
not sold on sold on Reid. I'm not sold on Malhotra. Like if they pick either or, like which are the 2 that are being.
That's fine. I want you to give me a scenario where they move a few spots back and get multiple picks. Like, are you going to take Seattle's like late 20s pick? Like the guys in the top 10 don't have multiple picks. So you're not moving back a couple spots. Like you go back do you want 11 and 15? That would be really fucking stupid.
Again,
that's just my opinion. I don't know. Chat, you tell me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm taking crazy pills.
Like for me, like I said, I
never had on my bingo card that you were going to suggest trading back.
Quantity versus quality in this one for me, but like I said, I'm not past the first 2.
So what players are you interested in? If you're willing to trade back, like who are you hoping to get if it's not going to be Reid or Malhotra? I guess that's my question.
I really like Viggo a lot. And I know they have a small...
use the pick on him. Just do it. Just take him at 3. Don't get cute because you're not trading back somewhere that you're going to still get him. I don't see it.
Again, I don't hate that either, but I don't know.
Because if you want to go the route of, hey, we shouldn't take Malhotra because we've got his dad, which I think that's such a stupid way to run your draft,
or just
but whatever.
Because the ceiling might be higher on Viggo.
But well, no, that's fine though. And again, if you're saying that you're like even on them and you want to use that as a tiebreaker, great. But don't just pass on like it. What everyone's been saying is that he's been like one of their guys this whole process, and it's like having his dad be your coach shouldn't change that.
Yeah.
And Sinbin, he might not be a top 3 pick. We got him at 4 on our board. Spoke Z loves him. And when he jumps on, you'll have to chime in and ask him again to explain why Viggo Bjork deserves to be in the top 5.
It's such a drastic difference between even a lot of like the scouts and the draft guides out there. It's like a lot of the more analytical guys love him high in like the top 5. The more old school, I guess, approach size and two-way ability, maybe more like high floor, lower ceiling. They have them, way down there. So it's interesting, but yeah,
let's bring Spoke Z in right now to talk about it. Isha, throw up the big board and add Z in. And I don't know. I don't think there's anyone better. First, Z, I saw you just comment what on Twitter. I don't know if you've said anything since. And someone came into the chat saying Peterka's on his way to Boston. Is that what you're seeing?
That was what was in reference to.
I figured that. So do we know any more details about what's happening?
So far, all I see is that they're working on it. That's it, though. I don't see anything else.
Okay. I guess we'll wait and see how that develops. But we had someone saying that Viggo Bjork going at 3 would be absurd.
He said, your board stinks in all due respect. Z will correct you. It was Z's board.
This is Z's board. And it looks like we have the same thing as you for top 3. Except is that Gavin McKenna? I don't know what GK is, but we literally have Gavin McKenna, Ivar Stenberg, Chase Reid, top 3. So I'm not sure what you're saying, Sinbin.
Sinbin he needs a win tonight, so we'll give it to you.
But Z, just explain for those that are new or just tuning in because they want to see what's going on with the draft and just haven't been following along throughout the year. Viggo Bjork, why is he 4 on your board?
I mean, just his ability to perform. He's already played so much pro hockey, but he brings 2-way element, solid skater. Literally the only minus in his game is the fact that he's a 5'9" center. But just when you watch him play, he's one of the smartest, possibly the smartest player in the draft. Positionally, always in the right spot. Kills penalties, will score on the power play, scores goals, makes plays, drives play with the puck on his stick. Unbelievable below the goal line, really good on the forecheck. Like he just does everything with no real glaring weakness outside of the fact that he's 5'9". And if you just watch, everywhere he goes, he performs. As we've said every time we've talked about him, he definitely had an argument to be player of the tournament at the World Juniors. He was just the most consistent player, shift in, shift out. Any big moment, they were throwing him over the boards. So it's just, if he can pop offensively, I think he's going to be a legit point per game 2-way pivot, and he's just a solid player. But I think the sky's the limit with Bjork. So it's just been a stud.
Fair enough. And we, of course, recorded our episode earlier this week before all the freaking trade chaos. Anything in particular you want to talk about before we get into the draft stuff here in the next 10 minutes?
I don't know. I mean, it's just been chaos all day, and we'll see if there's any other movements here. We already saw that top 5 pick for Chicago go for Byram. We know San Jose's listening. There's just so much going on that I wonder how many trades, legitimately top 8, 9, 10 picks are to get dealt here. But we'll see. I literally haven't stopped running around the past 3 hours. I am all over the place.
Fair enough. Then anything different than you've been hearing throughout the week as far anything that changes your assumption, we talked about earlier this week, that first 3 will be McKenna, Stenberg, Malhotra?
I mean, I'm not convinced Malhotra is going to go 3, but
right.
But with San Jose now having 2 and 9, I would before when they were, what are they? Was it 2 and 9? Yeah, 2 and 9.
Yeah.
We were wondering if they were going to be. We're leaning towards they'll probably go with Chase Reid. Now that they move out Eklund, they bring in another pick in the top 10. I would assume that means they probably go Stenberg and then just take whatever D's available at 9 still. I have a feeling it'll be a DAXON RUDOLPH maybe. I still wouldn't see that coming.
Or the D all go before that and Stenberg and Bjork go to the same team. How sick would that be?
It's also in the cards. There's just so much, the amount of moves in the top 10, and then even just the amount of first round pick. St. Louis, they have 4 now. It has changed. It's drastically changed a bunch of mock drafts. There's a real chance too. There's 4 forwards that go first, and as much as we talk about all the defensemen, just with these moves, I would imagine that San Jose does go out and take Stenberg at 2, knowing that they have one of those defensemen in their back pocket when they go to pick 9th. So But we'll see.
If anybody has any pre-draft questions before things kick off with the first overall pick going to Toronto, throw them in the chat. Isha will be monitoring and make sure that we get to anything that you guys want to hit on. Z, before you jumped on, Isha suggested as a Vancouver fan that he wants the Canucks to trade back. How would you feel about them doing that?
I wouldn't. I don't know. I mean, if they're getting how far back are we talking? Are they getting like another first, like in the teens or something? Like,
but like if they do
that would be the hope.
Who
that
can
would
they
be the
even
hope.
do it with?
Well, I have no idea, but like I would still pick 3. Like you're getting potentially a top pair defenseman, potential like point per game. Like it's. I would still be making that pick. But I mean, if they can end up with like, I don't know what, like 6 and 8, I don't like that's no, it's not real. But like, I don't know. I'd probably just make the pick unless someone blows you away with a crazy offer.
There you have it.
Yo, do you think another team tries to nab the Twins, Brian Burke style?
I'm sure there are plenty of teams that are going to do it. It's just like I think there's a pretty good distance between I wouldn't want to take them like both in the
one after
late
another.
teens or mid 20s. Like I think there's still a fair amount of distance. So I wonder if like Liam Ruck's still around mid 20s. I wonder if a team thinks about it, like moving up to go back to back and takes both of them. But I know they're all anyone that wants to take Liam Ruck, they want to take Marcus too. I still think there's a bit of a gap. They're like very different players. They're obviously both very good. Both could go in the first round. I would assume Liam does, but I don't know about Marcus. Like there's probably more of a question mark there, but I know a lot of teams want, if they're going to take a Ruck, they want the other one as well. So we'll see.
So, as an individual talent, like how good is Liam Ruck, the one that's better? Like how high would you draft him if there wasn't the whole brother piece of this?
Well, yeah, I mean, like regardless of the brother thing, I'd probably go mid. I'm like not 100% sold that all of that offense is going to translate the next level. I think as he grows, I mean, he's not like a tiny kid or anything, but like a lot of this is him putting up points in the dub. But I mean, he's got a ton of skill, makes a lot of plays, can rip a puck, scores goals. Defense is always going to be a question mark, but I mean, you look at the upside, he's got top 6 winger upside for sure. He could potentially be like a point per game guy. So I'd probably go just looking at the way that he plays, what's available. I'd start thinking about it late 20s.
Okay. But I mean, there's a lot of people talking about taking him in like the mid-teens. Do you think that is at all warranted, or is that a reach no matter how you swing it?
That's just Craig Button's old ass, dude.
Well, I've heard it from several.
I think for this draft, I get it. Like you're just taking a home run swing at some point here, because it is just like there's a clear delineation after what, like maybe 10, 11, 12. There's still a lot. Again, we say it every time, like there's a lot of players you like in this draft. There's only a couple that like you love. But I think if you're picking late teens, early 20s and beyond, like I would be going for a home run swing, regardless of what you have in your pool. Like you're just going to take the best player that you possibly can, the one that has the biggest upside, or what you think has the most upside. But we'll see. Like I wonder. I'm assuming the Bruins are now moving this pick in that Peterka deal, unless there's some like first being swapped or something. But like we've even heard about like the Bruins looking at like Sokolovsky. It's like a pretty polarizing pick, I'd say. He's like the biggest, meanest player in this draft, 6'8", just like murderer for the London Knights. Not a whole lot going on with the puck. Like I think that's coming, but like that's who we're also hearing too about. Like there are teams that are going to be. I'm assuming he's going to go in the first here, but I know one of the scouts is saying you wish that you could blend Sokolovsky with Xavier Villeneuve. Because I think they were like Sokolovsky with the puck is a disaster. Villeneuve without the puck, I don't even know. Also a disaster. Like it's just great. Like you wish you could blend a little bit of each of their games together into one. Yeah. To be fair, that would be a legit. That would be like there's never been a player like that. So like that's not possible. Obviously, like if Lane Hudson was 6 foot, it's Lane Hudson if he's 6'8". Like it would be
fun. Yeah, Johnny Banana, do you think Buffalo is keeping the pick? I would firmly say no, if not for the fact that it is in Buffalo. So I'm inclined to think they'll hold on to it unless someone sends them something stupid. I don't know. Do you think any differently?
No, that sounds right. I'd imagine they keep it.
What's the move for them in that case where you're looking at either Bjork or Reid if you're them? I mean, maybe you like a different defenseman, CARELS, but like, who should they take at that point? Of course, depending on what Vancouver does.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if they end up going with like a Malhotra. Bit of a different kind of a center there, but I mean, they've got, when you look at like some of the other players they have in their back end in their prospect pool, depending how you feel about like a Radimurka, you're still a year or 2, 3 away that any of those defensemen coming in. And I mean, same with anyone they bring in, but I wouldn't be shocked if they ended up going with like a Malhotra, or maybe they just go, fuck it, we're going Bjork. I'm like trying, I can't believe they just said, you know, Peterka, Boston's happening. Nothing, no details.
Right. Well, on the Bjork front too, it's funny how like a year ago we're like sitting here like, how do they keep just drafting small forwards and using all of their draft capital on it? And now that Carolina won, it's like, oh wait, Buffalo, get more small guys, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think if anyone that wasn't super familiar with Bjork's game and then saw that he was 5'9", I would assume that like anyone that had questions about that would look at like Logan staying over in the playoffs and like, okay, you know what? I don't think we need to worry about this anymore.
Right.
Plus, we just, again, the track record for the kid is ridiculous. This season was outrageous. Like, he was legitimately like one of the best players on the ice, playing in the SHL, goes to like every big event, the World Championship. Like, he was just a beast. And I mean, it's just watching him just like be a dog net front against legit pros in Sweden. Like he's just unbelievable. But words of Chris Peters, he's just a hockey player. Like, he's a hockey player.
Hey, yes. And the Sinbin says JJ Peterka to the Bruins for multiple firsts. That was a
they just said
it
was up there. We still don't have confirmed. Like they were talking about potentially multiple firsts, but we'll see.
I mean, how do you feel about that in general? Of course, not knowing the full details.
I mean, Peterka rocks, and like that's a player with legit wheels, speed. Okay, this is getting done. Awaiting full details is the main.
Why are they already moving on from Peterka? I guess is my bigger question. What happened there?
I mean, he had a rough year. It wasn't great. I mean, I don't know. I think maybe they see that they potentially have some redundancies, some other guys, like especially like they don't want to go out and move a bunch of pieces for another like a Robert Thomas type player. Like you'd imagine they look at some of the forwards they have now and they're like, you know what, we don't want to deal guys like a Ginla, Desnoyers, either of those, any of the defensemen, guys like Boot, anyone else that's coming. They still have just like a ridiculous prospect pool, and they like went and added some players obviously the deadline without having to give up any firsts or like super notable prospects. So it is crazy though. It was like 1 year into that contract.
Yeah. And
if he can, I mean, he's going to be, I mean, there were so many different players in Utah, probably in his way, that for him to like, because when they made that trade, it was like, oh my God, they're going to load up that top line. He's just going to be ripping because the kid's got an absolute cannon and he can make plays. But I mean, Logan Cooley, Dylan Gant, the ridiculous seasons, Clayton Keller. Like, there's just so many other guys. He was kind of like 4th or 5th in line, really, to be like putting up points. In Boston, it's going to be like him and Boston, and that's all. That's about it in that top 6. Like, and maybe more, every once in a while, Morgan Geeky.
I understand it from the Boston angle for sure. It does feel way too soon when you're all in and you give a contract like that to a guy to 1 year in, be like, oh, nope. Then again, if they know it's not to, oh, of course, the first highlight they show for McKenna is against the Gophers. God damn it. Well, the draft is officially, I guess, underway live in Buffalo. They still haven't put Toronto on the clock. Is this going to be another historically long first round? Is that what we're expecting?
I would imagine they fuck it up. And it's just a disaster. Last year was so bad.
Yeah.
That was like legitimately unbelievable. Except very believable because it's the NHL.
I mean, especially with all the trades that could potentially happen. Of course, we say it every year and then it doesn't happen, but this year feels different. I actually believe it this year. Oh, good. We have John Buccigross running things. Like we all hoped.
Holy shit. Interesting nugget from Frege. Former Sabres GM Kevin Adams is joining the Bruins front office.
That's a positive. If they listen to him.
I'm dying, dude. Some of the texts I was sending about the Boston Bruins today were pretty nasty.
Wyshynski adds a piece here that I think is at least somewhat interesting. JJ Peterka is headed to Boston, never worked out in Utah, goes from a coach that never vibed with him to NHL's only German coach. Interesting wrinkle. Makes sense.
And now my screen stopped working.
That happens.
Just gonna grab something real quick.
Yeah, get it. Anyone else? Let me see what we got going on here in the comments. Hence why they went after Peterka. JJ played his best years in Buffalo. Heard that. Yeah. Flyer Voracek. Not wrong. As long as the first overall pick doesn't take 30 minutes from start of broadcast to Misa being announced. I mean, would you be shocked if Chaika did it? Everyone hates him already anyways. Why not lean into the hate? God, I hope this isn't a 4-hour draft. But we'll see how it plays out. All right. The one thing that I know you'll vibe with, Z, even though you don't have him there on your list necessarily, the one thing I've heard, if there was going to be like a shock in the top 10, is perhaps one Alexander Command sneaking in. How do you feel about that?
I love Command. Like that's just like you watch his game. It's like he plays an NHL style, very north-south, but a ton of skill, can make plays because of ridiculous shot. There might be like a real limit to just have, like, I don't foresee him as someone that's going to be putting up like 70, 80, 90 points, but he can be a legit middle six, two-way, work super hard, really good at the forecheck with some skill mixed in there. But his calling card is going to be that, like, he's just a dog, he's a grinder, but he does have some skill, could chip in offense too. He was driving for that Arebro team this year, and he was right at the top of the J20 in terms of offensive production, pretty much from start to finish. Looked good internationally. Just had such a solid draft year. So he was flying up the rankings all year long.
Where does he project in an NHL lineup for you? Like, where does he fit?
A high-end third line center, low to okay 2C. I think if he's playing with, like, if you stick him in a top 6 role, but like he's got guys like that are legit impact scoring wingers on either side of him that can drive offense themselves as well. Like, I think he can be a fine 2C, but I think like his most realistic path is like a point producing third line center that's going to be playing on both ends of the ice.
So for the Wild fans tuning in, who, God bless all of you, we love you. Obviously not a lot of action for the Wild tonight. It sounds eerily similar to how Charlie Stramel has developed of late. Like, compare the two just directly as far as, like, why would you rather have one or the other?
Command and Stramel?
Yeah.
I think there's, like, for Stramel, I think his calling card is going to be just like the defensive side of the game and how hard he plays. But he does have skill. I don't really foresee him being like a 40, 50 point guy in the NHL. And it would take an unbelievable amount of things to go right for him to be like a 2C.
Okay.
And again, like we're talking about him as like a third line center. It's like that would be a solid outcome, obviously, if he can like be a point producing third line center. But in all likelihood, he's probably your third, fourth pivot, but he's not gonna be putting up tons of points in the NHL. Command has like probably a little bit more like raw skill. I think the Stramos skating's good, but I think Command's just got like another step on him.
Okay. Here's one from Creepy Colors Z. Why would the Leafs draft Ivar over Gavin? He's curious.
I mean, if you look at it, it's like maybe they look at it like if they want a center, another center, I guess. That's like really probably the, because I mean you look at and I mean also Bjork's like there's a certainty to his game. Like he's going to be an NHL player. Like there's a super wide gap between the ceiling and a floor for someone like a McKenna. That being said, like I just don't see anyone in the class that can do what he can do as far as like pure talent upside, like the scoring. And I think he's a kid that like we can work on, or they could work on that like inner slot game and like not just being on the periphery too much. Bjork is, I think it's just there's obviously like a big cap on the upside compared to McKenna. That being said, like I think he's got a ridiculously high floor and he's one of the smartest players in the draft, if not the smartest.
If he ends up in San Jose, well, we can kind of save it for when he's there, though. Just off the cuff, who do you want to see him playing with, Celebrini or Misa?
Who?
Ivar Stenberg. If he goes to San Jose, as we so predict.
Thought I saw the thought I saw the return there for a second. Nope. Sorry, I'm all over the place. Celebrator who? I'm literally like all over.
Playing with Stenberg.
Maybe like I kind of wonder about him playing with with Misa. That being said, if you tell me that he's gonna slot right in where Eklund was playing, sure. But I mean, like Misa's still coming. We still don't know what he's gonna look like when he's going full pelt in the NHL. But I mean, we know how good he is, how far that upside is. But I think maybe Stenberg and Celebrini together, that might be the move there. It's pretty nice.
And I mean, Smith and Celebrini feel pretty married. How cool would it be? I don't know. If I was,
I really wanted someone to fucking throw an offer sheet at Brant Clark. That's a really nice contract. God damn it, 5 years, 5 years, $7.4 million.
Nah, that's nice.
Let's see if they actually fucking play him.
Wait, did the LA Kings actually sign a defenseman to a good contract?
Mm-hmm.
In the year of our Lord and Savior 2026. I'll be damned. It's impressive. It's not like something I expect necessarily, but how cool would it be if, like, say, you get Macklin Celebrini and Will Smith, they just like show up to every draft and hang out with the guys that get taken by the Sharks and like go out and take them out to dinner afterwards, like just play it all up now that they're big buck guys.
Hell yeah.
Like, can you imagine being drafted and all of a sudden they show up, they're like, all right, let's go out and party, dude. And
like Jumbo.
So sold. Well, yeah, Jumbo's probably there.
Yeah, he probably is there.
Oh, I love it. It feels like we're getting close to a pick being made. I don't know. We'll see how much theatrics they're going to do here. No one wants it. No one needs it. I don't know why they need to like dress this up so much, but God damn it, does Gary Bettman look small? You'd think he'd bring in like a Kevin Hart to make him look big.
Pair of first round draft picks. All right. That's not great, but okay.
What? A pair?
Yeah.
I mean, is that not a pretty easy decision? Why don't you like that?
I don't like multiple firsts.
But that's it? Multiple mid to late firsts you're thinking for Boston? Or are you with I just Voracek here? The immigration of talent to the Atlantic Division this offseason so far has been insane. Only guy leaving that division is Byram so far. Like, are with Peterka, are you still pretty down and negative on whether or not you're going to make the playoffs, or are you more optimistic? Like, where do you sit?
I don't know if just Peterka really. I mean, obviously, it's significantly better than what they had. Like, he's a legit scorer in your top six. He's going to be one of the go-to guys outside of just David Pastrnak, which was a huge problem, obviously. That being said, the Atlantic is just absolutely loaded. So it's gonna either way, it's gonna be tough. Like,
is Steve Yzerman reconsidering? Like, does he just say, "Never mind, screw it. We'll send Larkin for as many futures as we can get"?
Sorry.
Does Steve Yzerman send Larkin for futures at this point? Does he change his tune on like trying to make the playoffs when they're not gonna?
That's the thing. They're not making the playoffs next year. Like, I don't know why they would do anything other than as many high-end futures that they can possibly get.
Yeah. And dude, Russo and Joe keep talking about it. I have slowly very much sold myself on the, I know we wanted the Zuccarello replacement to be someone younger, but Patrick Kane could be a really fun guy to spot.
You know what was funny was right before you guys, or I saw that you guys were going to have Boltman on. Yeah. I started, for whatever reason, the only Detroit Red Wing I had been thinking about was Dale Larkin. I was like, you know what? Like, Patrick Kane is a weirdly, that's fine. It's not going to break the bank, obviously, and he's not going to give him like a fucking 5-year contract. Well, maybe a 4x4. Who knows? But as far as a player, you could go out and bring in, obviously, don't have to give anything up, and then just someone with some legit high-end skill for your top six. Obviously, could play with Kirill if you're not going to bring Zook back. It's not the worst option in the world, that's for sure.
Fair enough. I don't know. I like it a lot. I still haven't come up with who the ideal younger version of Zuccarello is to bring in. And I am so sold on him going to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
They'll give him a bag for a couple of years, let him go in and be the Russian Whisperer, which is just so fun. Gavin McKenna already got a phone call. I mean, they haven't taken the camera off him yet. Why can't they just make the pick? His dad looking weird as ever. I'm trying to think that, I mean, there's really nothing we can speculate on for the Leafs at this point. Like there's no way that they're not taking Gavin McKenna, right?
I can't imagine.
The pick is in. The pick is in. Let's see what they say. We haven't actually seen the pick yet. Isha. Oh, Gary Bettman waving on the booze per usual. Let's see what we got in the chat. Stone Steak Gaming. Watch McKenna pull Lindros. That would be diabolical. I'd be here for it. All right. Do we have a Toronto selection? Come on, Gary. You know he's just thrilled to be doing this to us. And how unshocked are we that Justin Bieber's coming in? I love
this. Is torture, by the way.
Just sitting and waiting, or Justin Bieber?
Just everything about this.
It's typical NHL draft cringe. I do love how everyone in media is like, so it's going to be Drake, right? I'm like, why would it not be Justin Bieber?
Oh, my God. What do you want to talk about, Justin?
I don't blame him. They told him to do it. But it is still just, goddamn. Let's just get on with it. Is everyone else entertained? We're not.
Oh, what a weird way to fucking announce it.
All right. It has been decided in shocking fashion. First overall pick to the Toronto Maple Leafs is Gavin McKenna. I mean, Z, we got a guy that came in and started the year questionably in the NCAA, which is crazy when he was still putting up like a point a game. But what's in the second half, and why is this the obvious decision for Toronto?
Yeah, I mean, especially with this class, you just look at the track record, what the kid could do, what he had, what he was doing with WHL as a 15, 16-year-olds. Like, there's just no other class that could touch the level of skill and upside that he's got. Again, the big question is going to be, can he become less of a perimeter guy? Can he build more of like a floor? I think the concerns in his game are always going to be there. There's certain things that aren't just like, he's never going to become like a legit like point per game two-way guy. He's never going to be in any Selke discussions. Like, this isn't like a Mitch Marner got like player, but as far as pure playmaking ability, like he has the shades of Kucherov, and he can make some ridiculous passes. He can score goals himself. But yeah, no, as far as especially in this class, the ceiling, like no one's matching it. But him and Matthews together for however long they're there together for, it's gonna be scary. And yeah, I think it was at the end of the day, no brainer.
I mean, everyone's talking about all of the Americans screwing over their teams and leaving Canada. No one screwed over a Canadian team more than a Canadian in Mitch Marner. I mean, did the Toronto Maple Leafs have to be worried about this?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I know that question pissed you off. Yeah, I mean, him and Matthews, going to be fun. Obviously, a lot more to be done. But, I mean, the addition of Radish, too, obviously, I think we can both agree it's probably a bit of a reach with the contract, but it was necessary. Like, they needed to do something to get someone that can move the puck up the ice. How far off are they still from being a playoff team?
I mean, the only thing that's really a major issue for them is the fact that they're in the Atlantic. Like, even with the Radish contract, the only risk that a part that's in there is just like the term. Like, I think he's going to be able to replicate a lot of the offense that he was bringing. And he's going to be like their guy, obviously, on the power play. But I mean, like, also just his value comes to the fact that now Austin Matthews isn't going to have to be the guy that's constantly like going and retrieving pucks himself and like lugging the mail. Like, he's going to have someone in Radish who can like retrieve pucks, move it, and like just lighten that load for a guy like Austin Matthews. So hopefully that's going to help him get back to what we saw from him a couple years ago. Assuming full health. But the Radish, I think it's a good bet, like especially as the cap's going up. Like the dollar amount's not crazy. He could still be a 40, 50, 60, 70 point guy. He's gonna have every opportunity, obviously. There's no one else in Toronto that could even come close to what Radish is gonna bring on the back end for them.
Do you think it's a pretty big dig on Tampa too? Like, is that a pretty notable loss for their blue line?
Yeah, it feels like the easiest thing for them to do is just like bring in John Carlson on like a 2-year deal, 3-year deal. Like, he's gonna replicate like that offense, and like Carlson's like ability to just be like a very consistent point producer, power play quarterback, like legit puck mover. Like, he can still move for a guy his age. Like, he's just a solid player. Like, and as far as you look at the UFA market, it just feels, and that they said he wants to come back to the East. It feels like the easiest copy and paste. Obviously, with the age and everything, that's far off between him and Radish, but like that feels like the easiest thing to do for them. But it's going to be interesting to see what they do. They'll always find someone. So like every year, it feels like they have some player that they bring. It's like, Jesus Christ, he's been like kicking around the NHL for a little bit, and all of a sudden they put him in the right spot. That's the thing. They have like one of, if not the best coach in the NHL, and John Cooper, like, just finds a way to make it work. But they've got some big holes to plug here. And I mean, we'll see what happens if like Braden Point can get healthy and get back to being Braden Point again, because obviously he had an abysmal year. That was a big problem for them. Kucherov had to do a whole lot. He was still able to, but the playoffs obviously was rough.
Yeah. Well, I mean, now small players are in, so they'll just tell Braden Point that and everything's good. All right, let's transition then. Let's pull up the big board. And Z, I don't know how long we're going to be waiting here. They're still saying pick is in and not even putting San Jose on the clock, because I'm sure they want to sit here and talk to Gavin forever. But before we take a couple of questions from the chat, can you make any argument for not taking Ivar Stenberg here if you're the San Jose Sharks?
Yeah, I mean, if they're feeling like Chase Reid, they can bring in 2 years' time, he's going to be a true number one, no doubter. And then, you know, they'll see you still kicking around at 9. Like, they're still going to be a solid player. Like, maybe they do that and bring in, like, Wyatt Cullen should still be available. You look at some of the other, like, legit, maybe look at Ethan Belchet's is sitting there at 9, where they can go full. Like, there's plenty of, it's not like it's a no-brainer, but for me, it's a no-brainer, but at the same time, like, you would get it there picking 9. Like, they've got another one coming up. Like, I totally would understand if they went, all right, we'll take the number one defenseman that we want off the board first here. But in all likelihood, I think they look at it like, we'll take Stenberg, because as far as the forwards go, it's pretty, like, there's not, like, maybe, unless they feel different about, like, a Malhotra, Bjork, Florence, whoever else. But I mean, one of, like, VERHOEFF or SMITS, or he'll be gone to CARELS, but RUDOLPH, like, there's going to be one of those defensemen still sit there. So I think in all likelihood, the pick's got to be Stenberg, but who knows? Maybe because I mean, like, also, I think the fact that Greer yesterday jokingly, like, tongue in cheek, was like, I don't know, you look, there's some 6'3" right shot defensemen who can skate. Those don't grow on trees. So, you know, it's not necessarily a no-brainer.
Which is brilliant for him to just fish and see if someone will pay to move up. All right, we already talked about one of your guys, and you don't have to go too in-depth on him, but we got to indulge our boy Cam Myers, who always comes in with the super chats. Appreciate you, buddy. Who's your favorite first-round child, Z? We know who number one is. You can talk about him for a second, but maybe give us another one or two that you're just, like, swooning over and in love with that we expect to see going in the first round.
I wouldn't necessarily use that kind of language, falling in love, but you know, but obviously Bjork's the son, obviously.
Bjork's the firstborn.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to love everything CARSON CARELS does. TYNAN Lawrence, I'm a big fan of still, obviously. I'm trying to think about some of the other guys I've got, like, maybe in the teens or early 20s that I really, really like a Ryan Lynn. I was hoping he would be there at 23. Obviously, that's not going to be. I don't need to worry about the Bruins now in the first round. Also, this trade, the 23 tonight, and then the 28 that they got from Florida that's top 10 protected. Like, I'm totally fine with this price. By the way, this is a great trade. I was nervous it was going to be like next year's first, like whatever, like wherever Boston's picking in 27, because I think they're going to be picking pretty high in 27. But I think this is a great trade now. Legit top 6 player for most, in all likelihood, 2 late firsts. And one of them's at 2028.
Again, that's why I mean, granted, I know you wanted to wait for all the details to come up, but that's why I was surprised that you weren't, like, thrilled outright about the move. But now that we've got the details, obviously very happy. Yeah, Lynn is definitely a guy that I'm hoping for Pittsburgh. But
also, sorry, no, I meant to bring the bring the other one. I was just reading the full details of that trade. Elton Armandson, for me, I want to know how high he's going to go. Like, there's there might be depending who you ask, there could be like a legit distance between, like, the ceiling and the floor, because there's just, like, he can be inconsistent at times. The president of the B game comes and goes, but, like, as far as playmaking ability, legit skill, like, he's a top 10 guy in this class. I know I've got buddies who have him closer to 10 than 20. Where did I end up with him? 18. I probably, if I was going to tinker with this again, I'd probably put him closer to, like, 15. Like, I think I do. I mean, I think Belchetz's game, he's probably going to be more likely to be an impact NHLer, but as far as I still would probably even go with Armandson. I just love what he can do. And, like, what the clip that he was scoring at in the Allsvenskan this year as a 17-year-old was ridiculous. But just ridiculous playmaking ability, and obviously he can rip pucks. So I'd love it. Love that kid.
Okay, good answers. Thank you, Cam. Is there anyone, like, if it's not Stenberg or Reid, are you going to be floored? Or is there anyone else? Like, do you see them considering any other defensemen outside of Chase Reid?
Yeah, I mean, you always wonder about how high they have VERHOEFF. I think teams have kind of not necessarily soured on him, but they don't have him as like their first defenseman off the board anymore, like they did 10 months ago. I know every NHL team loves CARSON CARELS, but I don't see them doing that at 2. And I would be very surprised, although it'd be very fun if they end up with or deciding on like someone like an Albert Smits at 2. I wonder how high he goes too. Like I think he's probably going to end up 5, 6, 7, but there are some teams I know. Like I was listening to Cam talk about it earlier. It's like there are some teams that really do question how high can that ceiling be, given like the issues with like some of the hockey sense at times. But I do think he's going to be a really coachable guy, and also he's just a freak athlete. So I think he's going to be a high pick.
Okay, we are waiting on the official selection here. Frolunda Swedish League, baby.
From the
Ivar Stenberg. All right. As we expected, I mean, Z, this is your chance to swoon. This is a guy that you've talked about so much this year, and I know at one point was even your top guy on the board. What are San Jose Sharks getting here?
Yeah, just another. This kid's a dog. I mean, what he did as a draft -1 the playoffs last year with Frolunda, like, goes from only getting a handful of games, all of a sudden he's a half point per game, playing 20 minutes. Legit impact. Obviously, the offense, like we saw the flashes of some of the upside there at the World Juniors. Scored a ton this year. Was in the same class as like guys like Forsberg, the Sedins, as far as like producing as a 17, 18-year-old in the Swedish league. So ridiculously high offensive upside. Also brings that floor too. Like he works super hard. He's not just pure offense. He's decent enough in his own end. Moves well. Another guy, jack of all trades kind of player. I know some teams do have questions about just how much upside there truly is, but I mean, look how smart he is, how well he moves, the skill that he's got. He obviously can score goals, can make plays, and he plays a really translatable game. Like he's so good below the dots. Like he's just an animal. So I think there are also teams like, well, what is he, a 5'11" winger? I'm like, okay, stop saying that. Just say Ivar. Stop saying 5'11" winger. I hate when I hear that. Oh, Dorofeev traded to the Rangers?
What? That was unexpected.
All right.
And why does the 5'11" matter for Stenberg but not for McKenna?
I don't know.
Like, come on. But no, this as soon as Eklund was traded, I think we were all pretty locked in on this happening. Up until that, I was convinced it was going to be Reid, but this guy's going to come in. I mean, he can be as good, if not better, than Eklund day one. Can he not?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And I
mean, this is a guy that could probably come in and play next year. I'll be curious to see if he comes in and plays next year. I think he's ready to at least get a look in the NHL. So I'd imagine he gets a look in camp and then obviously the beginning of the year, and we'll see what happens after that. But I mean, potentially he's going to come in. You can plug him in your top 6 as early as next year. That's not bad.
Is the alternative for sure SHL, or would he consider another path if like Greer nudged him? Do you think?
I mean, I think he'd probably be better served going and playing Sweden. That being said, maybe they want to have him in the AHL and call him up throughout the year if they feel like he's really close, but not just quite there yet. Maybe they want him close and developing in the A, but
yeah. Very fair. So now we move on to Isha's Delight. Vancouver Canucks are on the clock. They got 2 minutes left. Watch them go over their time limit. Wouldn't that be the best way to kick off the new regime? The Sedins couldn't agree for the first time in their life.
Yeah.
I heard that whenever they disagreed, they would just yell at each other in Swedish. And then the Swedish players on the team, they would just be like, don't tell anybody what we just said.
Fits. All right, so Isha, assuming they don't take your advice and trade back, who do you want? Who is your pick?
I'd rather I want Viggo. I want Viggo. That's my guy.
Hell yeah.
Z very much supports that claim. Now, Z, if you are the Vancouver Canucks, who are you taking here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably gonna take Reid at 3. I think when you're the Vancouver Canucks, you don't really need to look at positional stuff. Like, you are a long, long ways away. You need to bring in the best player that you can find. And obviously Chase Reid has potential to be number 1, at least top pair, point producing defenseman. Defense is a work in progress, but off to a nice spot to develop at Michigan State, obviously. And I mean, I think he's probably, at Michigan State, I'd probably let him do a year or 2. You're obviously not rushing him, so there's no need for him to come soon,
Right.
to the NHL, so he can develop. And I usually, for defensemen, unless you are just like the best player on the ice every single time, you step over the boards somehow as a defenseman. I'm always just like, I think defensemen need at least 2 years playing college hockey. Like, there's like Lev Shunov should have absolutely stayed another year. This year was a fucking disaster.
He definitely should have. So your pick would be Reid. What is your prediction? You're 2 for 2 so far. Let's keep the streak going. Who will the Vancouver Canucks select?
I still think they end up with Reid. I think that's where they go. Because I mean, it was funny how up until like a couple weeks ago, it was like, oh, Malhotra thing, and then eventually was like, they don't want to do that. Actually, both father and son are like, why? Okay, this is probably not the best idea.
How great would it be if his dad went up and announced the pick that it's Reid?
Pick us in.
That it is. Gary's got to talk. All right, so Chase Reid is the prediction. Oh, dear Lord. I don't like this.
Of course.
Have you watched Shrinking?
No. Oh, they did it. They went Caleb Malhotra. Wow.
They went Caleb Malhotra. Maybe that was a smokescreen.
Yeah.
Like, if son and father actually don't want it, there's no way they're gonna do it. Man,
Buffalo,
it happened.
Buffalo's gonna fucking end up with this. Is insane.
Or does someone pay out the ass for the pick now because Reid fell? I talk about, I mean, again, this is a guy that popped onto the scene this year in a big way. Lack of track record is the one knock that people put towards him. But I mean, Z, talk about how sick this guy was this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think coming into the year, he was looked at as like probably a late first, fringe first. And then he goes on, stepped on the ice for the Brantford Bulldogs, improved game after game. Plenty of games he was like their go-to guy, best player on the ice. Had a ridiculous playoffs with Brantford this season, but really solid two-way game. Obviously, the skating for a 6'2", like really slick, smooth, can fly up and down the ice. And again, he's going to be a solid two-way guy. Like, there's that defensive game. You know, I'm not 100% sold on like all of that offense clicking in the NHL. So I think like I look at him most likely as like a legit 2C, maybe like a elite 3. I think a lot would have to go right for him to be a true number 1 center. At the same time, you look at what he did this year. And I mean, he's obviously got plenty of ability. He can shoot, can make plays. And again, he's a dog, really smart player. So another kid that is just going to continue improving like he did, like the steps he's taken, not just this year, but even last year too. Like, he's a player that's really come a long way. Obviously, like another guy that hits a growth spurt too. It's very funny watching like someone like, oh shit, now I can like this stride all of a sudden. I'm like covering half the ice.
You're muted, Hoppy.
Should Isha be happy about this?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, he's got legit upside, obviously. And again, like everyone's between, it was like him and really like Bjork as far as consensus first center off the board. And again, he's going to go to BU, I think as soon as next year, right? He's going to be there. Obviously not rushing him, so he's going to continue to develop. He's going to get even bigger, obviously grow into the 6'2" frame. So I think it's still a really good pick. I mean, again, I have him closer to 10 than 1, but I think you're getting like I like the floor too, but he does have, obviously we saw what he did, the points that he was putting up, the skill, the goal scoring, the playmaking, and he's just continuing to get better. So there's every reason to believe that he can become a legit top 6 center in the NHL. And again, let him develop. Plenty of time. Like, you are not rushing him at all. The Vancouver Canucks are not in a hurry to get good fast. So we'll see what the roster looks like when he does finally get to Vancouver. But there you go. First center off the board.
That he is. And with that, the Buffalo Sabres, hosting the NHL draft, have a shot at your top defenseman and your firstborn draft son. Do you feel like it's got to be one of those two? Is there anyone else that you think could be on their radar here for the 4th overall pick?
No, I would be pretty surprised if they don't go with Chase Reid, but who knows if they look at potentially like Bjork again, another guy that could probably potentially even like slide in their lineup next year. But I wonder if they look at what they have, if they feel that he's going to be a bit repetitive. Like, they're still looking for ice time for guys like Ostlund coming up anyways, still, like, you know what I mean? So, but I think they've been talking about defensemen as they've been like climbing the draft here and getting higher up. So I think it's Chase Reid. I know Prom had mentioned that they also really like DAXON RUDOLPH. I'd be shocked if that's the first D off the board here, but I would assume it's Reid, but who knows? All right, 2 Rangers, Pavel Dorofeyev to Vegas, 2026 first-round pick, number 26 overall, 2026 third-round pick, number 92, and a conditional 28 first-round pick, top 10 protected.
Does that feel like a small package?
What is he, pending RFA?
Correct.
So you still have to sign that contract. Feels like a decent enough. I mean, I think it's weird that Vegas is like, we want picks. Well, see how fast they can get rid of those.
They're definitely moving it. God damn it. Oh, Manny was 7th overall. I didn't know that. The more you know. I still just weirdly want Buffalo to go crazy here and make a big move. We got a minute left for them to do it. I'm sure they're going to drain the clock because they're at home and they want to make a big theatric thing about it. But Chase Reid, man, that is so fun for them. How do you feel while we're sitting on the Buffalo subject? Like, has there ever been a greater fleecing than what we just experienced with them acquiring this 4th overall pick?
That was like, I just looked at first. I was like, this can't be as bad as I think it is for what Chicago's bringing. I mean, like, now we'll see what Byram can look like as the go-to guy in that back end. Like, you know, you look at, he's obviously in Colorado. He's never really had the chance to be the number 1 when you've got Kale McCarr and Taves in front of you. That being said, the year they won the Cup, he was awesome in the playoffs. I mean, this year he was really good for Buffalo in the playoffs as well. But I mean, everywhere he's been, well, all 2 places he's been behind multiple defensemen. So now he's going to have a chance to be the go-to guy in Chicago. But as far as like what they gave up, like when you look at what they need, and they were eyeing guys like, you know, Stenberg, any of the other defensemen, I was very surprised that that's what they decided. And they got rid of like the Crevier kid who can at least play. He's the giant, absolute scud missile of a hockey player who loves to shoot hockey pucks. Yeah, I was like, the more I sat there, I was like, how did they get 4 with this? Like, what the hell is going on? And I mean,
it does sound like San Jose
Chicago's like they need guys to play now. I think Chicago was like, we don't really give a fuck about like.
I understood the process for Chicago. I just thought they picked one player, maybe.
even if he pops off now, they're gonna well, and if he pops off, that's great. So it's not gonna like, oh darn, now we have to pay him. But like obviously he's gonna be up for a contract. What this after 1 year?
Big boy bucks. Yep. Sounds like he wants 8 figures, which is a little rich, but hey, maybe he earns it. How do they not?
He said
Allen
NFL.
making this pick?
Yep.
He said NFL. That's great.
Wow, they did it. They did Rudolph.
You know what? It's been said all week. I've heard several people say it, that it's not a commonality, but there was like 4 or 5 teams that had Rudolph as their number 1 defenseman. Holy shit. It only took up until pick number 4 to shock us. Daxon Rudolph goes at 4. It's probably going to take Isha a second to get that highlight reel up because no one was expecting this. But Z, let's not talk about who wasn't taken. Let's talk about Daxon Rudolph going to Denver, by the way, who has no experience in developing great defensemen. They got a horrible coach there. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of the small school called Denver, but who are the Buffalo Sabres getting in Daxon Rudolph?
So a dynamic offensive defenseman. So obviously at that size, he moves really, really well as well. I mean, he's just got an absolute cannon of a shot. Sniper, really good playmaker, legit vision. Speaking of Brant Clark, there's shades of Brant Clark in his game as well. His dual threat, really good identifying in the slot. Some of the goals that he was scoring this year, like he was just like, all right, get out of my way. I'll go end to end here. But also he put like some of the shots that he was pulling off, like on his back foot off balance. And I mean, he's hitting pucks like 95 miles an hour, top corner. He is just chaos on the ice. Like he's flying north, south, but really, really fun. He's a very fun playmaker. It's going to be fascinating in a couple of years when he does get to Buffalo, but just like a game breaker as far as offense and defensemen go. And again, one of the best shooters in the draft. Obviously, legit skill, dual threat playmaker. Defense always gonna be a work in progress with him, but like you like the effort, and I think he's obviously a super coachable kid. And obviously, the fact he's going to Denver, love it. Like that's just a great spot for him.
Very fun. Well, Isha had issue with a corrupt file for the video. I'm going to see if I can pull it up here in the meantime. Wow. Just wow. I mean, how shocking is this for you, Z? Oh, you got it.
I mean, I don't know about like shocking, but like you look at as far as like game breakers go, I think they weren't really concerned about obviously him having to like round out that all-around game when you just have like a potential legit game breaker on your back end to play with guys like Power, with Dali. Like they've just like the rich get richer as far as young defensemen go for the Buffalo Sabres. I mean, again, for me, he's probably my 3rd or 4th defenseman off the board. But that being said, if you look at what he could do with the puck, what he could like as far as the playmaking, the shooting, and just like overall impact, like the kid that's going to be demanding that puck when the game's on the line in big moments, like I get it.
Man, you say you're not shocked. I'm shocked. Wow. It's fun. I like it. Gives us a lot to mull over now. I mean, is Drury sprinting to the metaphorical podium from his remote location to get Chase Reid, or like what's the move for them at this point?
I mean, I would imagine Chase Reid. We know they really like Albert Smits as well, which also it feels right, like an Albert Smith under the big lights at MSG. But I mean, I'd imagine they probably go with Chase Reid. I know they really liked Carson CARELS as well. I guess I know that they were really hoping that Malhotra was going to be there, so maybe they think about going for Bjork here. I don't know. And if the plan is eventually to move Adam Fox here soon. That being said, bringing in Pavel Dorofeev, I don't think Drury is going to be entertaining like a rebuild or anything. But you wonder about looking at the forwards. Maybe Bjork comes off here. Could be the spot, but this is the first one where I actually like the Rangers could do anything here, and I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised. I think this is like the first. Like I was even the fact that Buffalo does something that we weren't expecting. Obviously, I was fairly certain about which direction they were going to go as far as like the defensemen, but the Rangers could go anywhere here. We know they really like CARELS. They really like SMITS. They're really hoping Malhotra was going to be there. But it feels like either Reid or Bjork, I'm guessing. But I know Promin mentioned that they really, really, really like Albert SMITS. Chase Reid going after 5 to me would be like, holy shit. But gun to my head, I think they're gonna do SMITS. I feel like they're gonna go Albert SMITS.
Which is unfortunate because it feels like he's the one prospect that they can't necessarily ruin. Man. 45 seconds on the clock for the New York Rangers. I wasn't ready for this. This is fun, though. Isha, we got anything fun in the chat? Oh, Stoked Steak Gaming agrees. Going to be SMITS. So is that your prediction, Z, and the impossible prediction?
Yeah, I think my final answer, Albert SMITS. But again, Chase Reid being available is a big wrench in this.
Yeah. They were not prepared for that outcome. Like, we didn't even include him on our list because we didn't think he'd be there. So we can't take him, right? If he's not on our list.
That's right. Not allowed.
Man. Yo, grit, baby. All right, Z's back, baby. Streak resumes. Albert SMITS to the New York Rangers. And, I mean, Z, this is a guy you've talked about. The floor is among the highest in this draft class. Ceiling, a little bit of question there. But, I mean, this is a no-shit guy that you're expecting to be a second pairing 3-4 defenseman for the next 20 years.
Yeah, I mean, so there's always going to be questions like how high is that ceiling given some of the issues with the hockey sense. Like, he is, the way that we've described it over the past little bit here is like he is an instinctual player. He's not thinking twice about what he wants to do with the puck. That being said, not always the best. He doesn't always take the best option, but really, really solid skater, especially at that size, defends well. And I mean, just a ridiculous motor. I can't get over the fact that he's going to be under the bright lights at MSG. But super mobile, super aggressive and physical. And I think he projects probably as like a legit solid two-way second pair guy. Could potentially be on like maybe your second power play unit. Probably not going to be your go-to guy as far as offense, but going to be a future fan favorite for sure. And I mean, what the hockey, the level that he's already played at his age is ridiculous. Like, this is a guy that's played the Olympics, the World Championships, World Juniors. Like, he's played every single event. He's played half the fucking NHL already. Like, he's played against half these guys. And now, I thought I just saw someone. I thought there was a trade for a second.
There is a trade.
Oh,
Mammoth.
oh, there's
Oh, why is this being announced right now? That's a tease.
Just-
I'm so bothered by this, Gary.
that was
you
a
piece of
ridiculous
shit.
move.
I'm not gonna lie. For a half second there, I thought
Boo.
Kyle Dubas got in his bag and moved up for either Reid or Bjork.
Let the boo get some booze in the live chat. This is ridiculous, Gary.
This is freaking lame. I'm so mad at them for doing this. He's announcing all of the trades. I still don't like the way that was done. That's give me false hope, you bastard. That's right. Boo that man. Boo. All right, so now that Calgary's not trading this pick, where are we at, Z? First, I want to hear who you would pick, given what Calgary needs at this point.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you're just going pure best player available, I mean, you're going with Chase Reid, but they've already obviously got a guy like Zane Parekh there is in theory going to be your future, like go-to minute munching offensive defenseman. He's going to be quarterbacking that first power play unit. So I know that they would fallen in love with CARELS, and I think at this point everyone's mocked him to Calgary. That being said, I also would assume that they're weighing their options between Carson CARELS, Viggo Bjork, and if they're looking like maybe KEATON VERHOEFF, but I'm thinking it's either going to be Bjork or CARELS. But Chase Reid being available again, really throwing a wrench into that prediction.
How far is he going to fall?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I do wonder if Calgary
Watch them get him.
If they end up with him, I will throw up. That being said, I can't imagine if he's sitting there at 7. I can't imagine Seattle not. That being said, Viggo Bjork to Seattle feels also correct.
You can't imagine Seattle doing something weird. I can. They're still on tilt from Jason Robertson, man. Selection is here. Sorry, what's your prediction? Can't delay too far.
CARELS.
All right.
I don't know how good I feel about that, though. Either CARELS or Bjork. But it feels like Carson CARELS is meant to play for the goddamn Calgary.
God, that stash is just magnificent. All right. I mean, Carson CARELS definitely felt like the move coming in, but yeah, Chase Reid. Oh, the fall. I love it. He's dragging this out.
Yep.
All right. Z stays hot.
He said Prince Cougar.
Prince Cougar. Hey, he didn't say NFL, all right? Dude, this is like the draft a couple years ago where we were just so far off on how the defensemen were going to fall, and somehow Zeev is the last one off the board of the big 6. But, I mean, talk about it here, man. Carson CARELS, what are the Calgary Flames getting here?
Yeah, I mean, shades of like probably like a left-handed Charlie McAvoy. Like, I don't know how much of the offense that he can put up. I mean, I think it slowed down at the second half of the season, and I know there's like some teams are worried about like the concussion issues that he's had, but I mean, he is just a super physical, super aggressive, solid skater. Obviously, can put up points like what he was doing in his draft -1, going up against every other team's top competition, and more often than not coming out on top. Obviously just solid defender, but really, really physical. Like, you notice him every single time he jumps over the boards, but he's got good hands. He's got a decent shot. Can score goals, make plays, but defensively is where he's going to make his bread. Then the mobility and how aggressive he is and how physical he is, he's going to leave his mark on you pretty much every time. Always have to keep your head up when a guy like Carson CARELS is on the ice. But he's really fun. I love Carson CARELS.
Oh man. This is all playing out very interestingly, that's for sure. Is there any level to which this is the good old farm boy from Western Canada versus an American?
What?
For Calgary, selecting him? Like, does the lineage matter at all? Where he's from?
I mean, outside of them being able to like just have like being like scouting him over the past couple of years, but I mean, again, they also just brought in Simon Nemec. Actually, you look at the right side there. So you got Perek, Nemec is there, and again, 2 more guys that are going to be looked at for offense. So maybe that's where they kind of like went away from guys like Chase Reid, but and also that helps like in the future, assuming those guys pan out in Calgary, and you know, CARELS isn't going to be leaned on for that offense because, again, I don't know just how much of that offense will translate to the NHL. This is a little tiny fucking fly in front of me that's driving me insane. But he can be, again, leaned on more for that defensive side and just like the puck moving ability outside of just like putting up points and like quarterbacking a power play. I'm not 100% convinced that that's going to be his calling card in the NHL, but he's a super mobile left shot D that's going to be able to move pucks, defend well, super physical. He's going to fit right in Calgary. Yeah, CARELS, Nemec, and Perek on your back end there. That's fun.
Very fun. Do not slight them that. So, Seattle Kraken have taken a center every year of their existence. Is it insane for them to not take Chase Reid here? Or can you see them going for a VERHOEFF or GUSTAFSSON?
No, I think they desperately need that like top of your lineup defenseman, and I just think Chase Reid sitting there is just too easy. Like, I think everyone's mocked one of like DAXON, RUDOLPH, KEATON, VERHOEFF, or any of those other defensemen there. And now that Chase Reid, who I think for me is the best defenseman in the class, if the fact that he's sitting there, I would have probably just put the pick in immediately the second that we were up. The second Carson CARELS' name was called, I would be like, all right, Seattle's pick is in. Thank you. Poor Seattle, by the way. Panarin said fuck off. And then Robertson was like, no, I'm not taking an 8-year deal for $15 million there. Like, they're just like, God damn it, we want to do something here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is the recompense they need. Insane. Very, very fortunate fall for them if they take advantage of it. And then, not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but it's almost got to be a Bjork-Lawrence conversation then if you're the Winnipeg Jets, right?
Yeah, I would imagine they're looking like Bjork, maybe VERHOEFF, maybe GUSTAFSSON. I feel like I wouldn't be shocked if they went the defenseman route either.
Okay.
But I know everyone's been talking about how much they've talked to Viggo and how much they like him. But I wouldn't be shocked if they went the defensive route either. But
Seattle acted quickly.
There it is.
Sault Ste. Marie. All right. It finally happened. Oh my goodness. Z, this guy has, I don't know that you've wavered at any point on this being your number one defenseman.
I mean, I think coming into the year, right? Like,
right. I'm saying, like, since we've gotten into like real draft season stuff, he's been your guy.
Yeah. I think you just look at all the tools he's got. He just feels like the best bet to become a true number one in the NHL. 6'2", 6'3", right shot defenseman, skates incredibly well, can make plays, can score goals. Like it's just an absolute sniper. And obviously he's got the hands, and like watching him, I think again, there's another kid that the offense kind of slowed down there second half of the year. Like I think the beginning of the year he was clipping at like 1.5 per game, finishes just over a point per game in this with the Sioux. But and I think him going to Michigan State's a nice place for him to continue rounding out that defensive game, which I know there's going to be teams that will have, or well, everyone's going to have the questions about it. But you just look at what he can do with the puck, the shot, the puck moving ability, the skill, the playmaking. Like he's an offensive dual threat from your own back end. I think the defensive game will come along because he's just such a smart player, willing to learn, willing to work. And just sort of like that last goal, like the last clip that just played, I remember watching that live and just the little subtle like deception to just somehow kind of like create out of nowhere 5 feet of space for himself. Like he's just sick. Like he just can do it all, offensive defenseman. And again, I think that defensive game will be, I think he'll be able to at least make himself a more than serviceable defenseman. I think he's just the best bet to be a top pair number one guy.
I'm not going to lie. I'm weirdly sitting here and just praying that next up Winnipeg does not take your firstborn draft son, Viggo Bjork, because him and Stenberg both going to the same team would be so goddamn fun. And well, we'll save that conversation for later. I mean, awesome for Seattle getting Chase Reid. Never something I imagined that they pictured for themselves. Was not on their bingo card. Winnipeg Jets. They're talking about trading Connor Hellebuck. They're obviously in a transitional phase with their team. Do you feel like their needs are all over the board? Take best player available, or do you lean defense or center with what their team needs?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going best player available if I'm Winnipeg. And again, for me, I'm assuming they like this feels like Viggo. Feels like Bjork going there. But again, you look at what they've got in their system. They've got a couple like nice pieces coming eventually here. But I wouldn't worry about the position. I'm probably just going best player available. For me, that would be Viggo. But wouldn't be shocked if they ended up going if they were going to like VERHOEFF still sitting there. It's a nice player to pick up at 8th overall. And who knows, even the guy like GUSTAFSSON. That being said, that would be probably a bit of a stretch going before someone like a VERHOEFF, but it'll be interesting. But for me, it feels like Bjork.
Okay, so Bjork is your official locked-in prediction for Winnipeg. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Man, I'm still just sitting here until he's selected. I'm gonna be holding my breath, waiting for Kyle Dubas to step up and do the right thing. Because it is weird hearing everyone across the league talking about like, oh yeah, everyone knows that Dubas wants to move up and get Bjork. I respect him for it, but not the best approach. Man. All right, so far this is playing out. I don't think anyone has aced their predictions so far, but you're actually doing pretty good, Z. You've got 5 of 7. I don't know.
Pick is in.
Oh, Stone State Gaming. That's not nice. You don't feel that way. Winnipeg. Djurgården, Viggo Bjork. It happened. Oh, Z, your draft son has been selected. He is moving to Winnipeg while his good buddy Ivar Stenberg is going to live on a beach. Talk about this stallion.
I mean, I don't know how much more. I mean, I don't know how much more we even really need to, like, we've talked about him ad nauseum here, but I mean,
anyone that just tuned in, just give him the broad strokes.
Yeah, I mean, the king of details in this draft, one of the smartest, possibly the smartest player, has played at a ridiculous clip at his age. Literally the only knock on his game is the fact that he's a 5'9" center. That being said, I really don't care. I think he's going to figure it out. Like, he was going like net front in the SHL against the other defensemen who were like 6'5". He's forechecking, turning pucks over, making plays. He can just do everything. And again, the way that he was described is Chris Peters just saying he is a goddamn hockey player. And if he was literally maybe 2 or 3 inches taller, I think he would be a first overall pick this year. But was a decent point producer in the SHL at his age. Very impressive. But one of the smartest, probably the smartest players, fearless. He's so methodical, detail oriented. He picks people apart. Again, can just do everything. And it's fun. It's just funny listening to everyone that's ever played with him, against him, or coached him talk about him as like, if I could have one player on my team, or if for players, they're like, if I could take anything from anyone's game, I would just take whatever Viggo could give me. Whatever he's willing to give up in his game, I would just take that and add it to my own, because he can do literally everything.
God. Good for the Winnipeg Jets. And he's a Swede, so maybe he sticks around. Oh wow, they got quite the room going there. It's like 20 people. Wow. Big domino off the board for you. Now we've got the San Jose Sharks, who are staring down 2 of the big defensemen when we thought it was going to be, hey, whichever one falls, take them. Or maybe you don't put Gustafsson in the same tier and you're just saying VERHOEFF is the guy they're going to look to now. But what do you think of the board? Like, is it a defenseman for sure? How are they evaluating this pick?
I think Greer must have been sitting there like, Reid is Reid gonna fall to 9? Right? There was no chance he was getting past Seattle, but I'm sure he was like, there's no fucking way we're gonna end up with Stenberg and Chase Reid, is it? Yeah, for me, I'm looking at the board now. I would imagine it's gonna be one of VERHOEFF, Gustafsson. I know that there's plenty of teams that are really worried, or at least concerned to some extent, about just what VERHOEFF kind of looked like in college. There were some more concerns that we didn't necessarily have coming in, like some of the retrievals. Like, he came in as a kid that just like could not be touched with that forecheck. Like, he was so evasive, always knew exactly who was coming where. Had issues with that. Some of the processing speed, some of the reads were really bad. But I mean, you look at how well he moves at his size, the fact that he's just got that booming shot, not like a dynamic playmaker necessarily as far as the offense goes, but can move pucks. And again, he's got a cannon and he's got enough skill that I think he's going to be a legit player. But I think there's just a lower floor than we truly anticipated. But you look at the physical tools, I have a feeling they would still lean VERHOEFF here as far as like the upside goes. Gustafsson, I think there is still untapped upside though. Like, at his size, how well he moves, advanced defensively, and really started experimenting with some like some skill on the puck. Was looking like he was like willing to like hold on to it more. Really, really like elite puck mover. And again, at his side, like, he's big, he's mean, he's physical, all that, and really good on retrievals, really good at moving pucks. I wouldn't be surprised if they preferred Gustafsson too, but it just does feel like I can't imagine VERHOEFF not going 9, so I'm going to assume VERHOEFF.
All right, predicting Keaton VERHOEFF, who, I mean, started the year jostling for the first overall pick, which is crazy to see the fall. But I mean, again, it's less to do with him, a little bit to do with him, but more to do with some of the risers this year. We will see. How do you feel? Let's look back to recent drafts. Like, how do you feel about their current number one defensive, I mean, quote unquote prospect, who they selected instead of Zeev Buium?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's still going to be growing pains with Dickinson, obviously. You know, that we saw flashes of what he can do. Obviously, again, he's a super young defenseman, like on a team that really didn't have anyone that could like kind of shelter him when he was on the ice. Like they really need like 6 defensemen now. But I still believe in that upside. Like I think we saw this year that they really don't want to lean on him as a true all around, do everything number one. Like he still has the shot. He's got the skill. So maybe that's why they look at like, maybe we look at VERHOEFF and Dickinson is like a bit too similar. Maybe that's why they would lean on a Gustafsson perhaps here. That's what I wonder about. If they want to like have someone that they project as a potential, like legit do it all defenseman. Again, you're like taking some off the top as far as the offensive production, the offensive upside in Gustafsson, but you probably have a significantly higher floor. And I think he can be a solid 3-4 defensive defenseman that's going to move pucks. He's going to skate really well, obviously. And we're wondering how much offense is there, but I wonder if they look at VERHOEFF like we kind of have Dickinson already, but I don't know.
I mean, never bad to have 2 guys.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, all right. She is going to be making both San Jose picks. Or wait, they've got one more yet, don't they? Or have they traded it? It's so hard for me to keep track of all the trades now. I will say I'm disappointed. I thought we would have had at least one new trade now. But
yep.
well, it happened. North Dakota boy for a year. Talk about, I guess, just the upside. What is the ceiling for a Keaton VERHOEFF?
Yeah, I think I don't know if you could match the upside, but there's shades of like a Noah Dobson type player. You know, he can hammer pucks. He's going to join the rush. He's an offensive guy, and obviously he's got a ton of skill. Like I don't know if I would call his skill like dynamic. Like it's him just being significantly more athletic than just about everyone on the ice, but absolute cannon. He's still raw. He's more raw than we thought he was, probably. Like just watching it with North Dakota this year, there's going to be questions about the decision making and his ability to defend at the NHL level, but going to be a solid rush defenseman. Defense, like again, he needs to go back North Dakota for at least another year. But you look at the 6'4" right shot D that moves as well as he does, as far as just like top speed that he can get to. And I think he's in a good spot to continue developing there. So don't rush him. No need to like rush him into the NHL right away. So again, I would have him go back there, continue working on some of those defensive reads, time and space. But I think there's a ton of rush offense there for sure. But he just has to round out that game, and I think it might take a little bit longer than we had anticipated coming in. But I mean, the highlight reel speaks for itself. Like he's got some offensive ability there. And again, I think he's good enough to work and develop that defensive game over time, but I just don't think they can possibly afford to rush him if they want to get everything they possibly can out of Keaton VERHOEFF.
And now do you feel like at this point of the draft, 10, Nashville Predators, I feel like everyone thought this coming in. Is this where the draft like truly opens up and there's a lot of different directions they could go? Like I've seen Belchets, I've seen Cullen. You obviously got to give consideration to Gustafsson. I know the top guy on your board is a TYNAN Lawrence. Break it down for me. Like, what's the evaluation for just how you would draft if you were the Nashville Predators?
Yeah, I mean, I think Nashville's probably looking at it. They're probably disappointed that both Bjork's gone, Lawrence is gone, or not Lawrence, sorry. Who else were they? I literally was just talking to us about who they were looking at. Well, I imagine they were really hoping. Obviously, like half of the teams are going to be devastated that Viggo Bjork's not there anymore. But I think for me, if I'm Nashville, I'm just taking a home run swing here. I might end up just deciding on like a guy like Wyatt Cullen, who again, like we just saw the flashes this year in a really tough situation at USN TDP, obviously. But super young, big growth spurt. You saw the playmaking ability and just like the pure talent and raw upside. Like I would probably take a home run swing on a guy like Wyatt Cullen. That being said, you also wonder about a guy like Gustafsson here. You know, there's like kind of like those shades of like elite prime, like Matthias Ekholm to a certain extent in a guy like Gustafsson. So you wonder if they look at that and they're like, yeah, we can bring that guy back. So those would probably be the two guys I'd be looking at if I'm San Jose, or Jesus Christ, Nashville. Because I mean, I know teams are all gonna love everything that Ethan Belchetz brings to the table, but I look at it like, well, I mean, they did trade Zach LaRue, but also last year you draft Brady Martin. Obviously, that's a center versus a wing conversation, but it's kind of like too when you look at like what you want them to be as pros, like they're kind of like redundant there. So I wonder about if the Gustafsson are just taking a swing on Wyatt Cullen, because I think Wyatt Cullen will hit. There's like obviously a longer term development path for him, but like you're obviously not in any need to rush him in. And I just think you look at this class and how many guys can touch his offensive upside. I think Cullen would be a really solid pick. So I'm going Cullen. If they want defenseman, I'm probably going to go Gustafsson.
Cam Myers officially pivoting to be a Sharks fan. I mean, hard to blame you, dude. They're going to be so fun. I love, by the way, that my
command also feels like a Nashville Predator. Now I think about it as well.
I was waiting for you to say command. I wasn't gonna inch it in, but yes, command. I was curious if you'd bring him up. But my toddler being obsessed with Sharks, there's a chance he'll be a San Jose Sharks fan, and I'll just get to ride that wave, and I'm not gonna complain about it. So what's the official prediction here, Z? This is a tough one.
I feel like it might be Cullen. I'm going to say Wyatt Cullen. I'm not sure how I feel about that, though. Because I know they were talking a lot to Bjork, Cullen, and Gustafsson. I think that's what Proman was mentioning. I'm just going to go for it. Say Wyatt Cullen.
Let's see what we got. Shocking, a country singer. Dragging it out. Oh, they did it. They did it. They did it. They did it. They did it.
Nailed it.
Look at you, Z. Stay strong. Stay strong. We're going to spend extra time on this one. I'm sorry. You got to swoon. Both talk about what the Minnesota Gophers are getting next year, but what did the Nashville Predators just select here in taking Wyatt Cullen?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of raw offensive ability, the skill, the scoring, dual threat, top 5 talent in this class, really, really solid skater, legit ankle breaker, like dynamic level offense, like some of the stuff he could do with the puck, the deception. Again, another kid that can just like seemingly create space for himself with ease. Never looks like if like option A all of a sudden disappears, he never looks like he's looking for another option. Like he always just has 3 or 4 in the bag ready to go. Obviously had a massive growth spurt and one of the youngest players. I think he's eligible. He's only eligible for this draft by like a week and a half, 2 weeks, I think, something like that. But obviously still growing, legitimately outrageous skill, flies up and down the ice in transition. Again, he's going to have to fill out as obviously he's like, was he 6'1", 6'2", 180 pounds, something like that. I think as he gets bigger and stronger and fills out the frame, is he going to even be it's just going to add to his ability to kind of like play through contact. Like already he has no fear of playing through contact with the puck. Like he almost never loses it. But I love the home run swing here. One of the most talented players in the draft, super evasive, ankle breaker. And again, watch it. He can like be another guy who can be on the outside and just pick apart defenses. So you just look at him and it's like another version of like a Riker Lee almost. In terms of just like the raw skill, what he can do with the puck. He's so fun. Love the pick.
How rare is it for someone to grow that much in a draft year and not have it impact their play?
Have what?
He grew an insane amount this year, and usually when you see that, you see a little bit of like a setback, and you see him kind of take their step the next year. He didn't really miss a beat, did he?
No, I mean, I think it was it because I think he also had some injuries throughout the course of the last, like during that growth spurt as well. But I mean, yeah, no, he seemed like it was just allowing him to kind of like take bigger strides, obviously. And I mean, like watching him like being able to continue playing through contact. Yeah, it kind of just opened up new avenues for him, obviously. And again, he's going to continue getting stronger here. But yeah, no, he kind of just kept chugging along and really started experimenting with the offensive tools that he's got. So I think over 2 years, I think it was like 8 inches and like almost 60 pounds, like over 2 years. At 16, 17, 18, it's ridiculous. Well, I guess because he's not even close to 18. He doesn't turn 18 until when is his birthday? Whatever. And obviously we love the development path going to the Gophers. But yeah, no, he kind of just kept chugging along with that growth. Dorofeev, holy shit, 7 years, 11 million.
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't know the right time to bring it up, but holy shit. Top 10. Let's freaking go, dude. And many don't know, Dad played there and also stole a Stanley Cup from there. Oh, why, Colin? I hope that you end up in Nashville 3 years from now. I would settle for 2. All right, so now the draft board is pretty wide open, I would say. I feel like the top 2 names we have here are the most likely. Z, I don't know if you agree, but St. Louis has 4 picks as of now. They got 11, 15, 16, and what is it, 29? Am I wrong on that?
Got 11, 15, 16, 29, yeah.
Yep, okay. What are we feeling here at 11?
Oh, I know, like, this is where we could see a wrench get thrown in, maybe like an Alexander Command, but also you look at a guy like Malte Gustafsson, like Ethan Belchetz, I wonder about here. It feels like a St. Louis Blue. We know they like guys like Belchetz, like a guy like Novotny, kind of that like grinder, north-south, but he's got a ton of skill. I think a lot of teams have continued to sour on a guy like Lawrence, so I'm not convinced there, but
St. Louis wasted no time. What's your prediction?
Oh shit. I don't feel good about it, but Malte Gustafsson.
That's where I was at. Let's see. Does he stay hot? No.
Oh wow. Wow, they did take kind of Lawrence.
They took your boy. Wow. Okay. The slide was greatly exaggerated. Z, we talked about it on Monday. You had Tynan Lawrence one spot ahead of Caleb Malhotra. Tell me, why should St. Louis Blues fans be thrilled about this pick?
I mean,
7 on your big board.
I love the kid. One of the best skaters, probably the best motor, kills plays, turns defense and offense. Snap the fingers. I think if you look at the point production at BU, obviously you're going to be like, what the hell happened? But if you go and watch the tape, like, I mean, he was just making so many plays inside the offensive zone. He was like giving guys tap it they were missing. Some guys just like weren't able to match his speed. That's the one thing that, like, if you can add kind of like some more dynamic offense as far as like being able to play at a slower pace outside of just 1,000 miles an hour. Like, there's just so many times like he picks the puck up, whether it's him turning the puck over with like, you know, poke check or just like stealing it and then immediately turning around the other way and just flying up the ice. There are times like guys just aren't able to like process the game as fast as he does. So I think if he can add a little bit more dynamic, or at least an ability to play at a slower pace, that could like also do wonders for him as far as like being a playmaker in the NHL. I think you look at what he could do. I mean, again, it's the offense that he's, or the hands, like the hand skills, like he's solid. Like he can fly through players. He has no issues playing through contact. But, you know, I think it's not necessarily like dynamic playmaking, but I mean, he is setting guys up left and right, and like just watching him with the puck fly around the offensive zone, doing some like loop-de-loops. But I love the kid. One of my favorites, one of the Suns for sure. But yeah, just like that breakneck pace, two-way center, super high floor. I think he could be a potential like elite third line center, but I do think there's enough skill and playmaking ability, and again, his ability to move pucks too from his own end, come and collect. I think there's still a path for me to see him as like a 2C in the NHL. It's going to be interesting to have the fact that him and Malhotra are both going to be at BU next season.
Who's the 1C there?
Lawrence. Like, again, like if you watch the tape, some of the plays he was making ridiculous. Like he was really good. It's just like the point production wasn't there. Like BU fully in flux. Like the kid did not have a year that went even remotely close to playing. Like gets hurt in the preseason, misses a chunk of time, starts the USHL season lighting it up, identifies he's like, if I want a chance to be a guy in the mix for first overall, I have to go out and like make a big step here, take a chance, which I love that for him. And I mean, again, I thought he played well at BU. It's just like the points didn't come, and BU was just like kind of a shit show start to finish. Really bad year for him, especially when you look at them like coming in. They were a team that should have been contending for a national championship. So I think like we're going to see him pop next year. So I mean, BU's got a nice class coming in. And obviously he's got half a season of experience now.
Yeah. My question then, selfishly, for the Wild fans who again are faithfully still watching, even though there will be no Minnesota Wild action here, who would you rather see Rad or Ritchie playing with, Tynan Lawrence or Caleb Malhotra?
I really would love to see him playing or continuing to play with Tynan Lawrence. Like I just like watching when Richie's going full pelt and he's feeling it. Like you watch him, he can score goals, obviously can make plays, but I can just see Tynan Lawrence setting him up for some goals, obviously. But I love what he is also playing, that cycle game and flying around. Because I mean, I think when Richie's dialed in, he kind of matches like that, the breakneck pace that Lawrence plays with and the intensity. So I think when the game slows down a little bit, again, Malhotra's quick too. I'm just talking about how fast Lawrence can play, but I think he can continue setting up Ryder Ritchie for some goals next season.
Okay. And then we move on to looking at the New Jersey Devils, who you'd think would be rushing up to get Malte Gustafsson, but oh wait, this is the one team that absolutely has no business drafting a defenseman. Do you think that he is still a consideration, or what's the move here for them? Who I imagine most Devils fans were hoping that Wyatt Cullen would slide to them. What's your move if you're running their draft board?
Yeah, it's fascinating to see. Just like, again, like for me, the obvious pick would be a guy like Malte Gustafsson. That being said, you look at what they've already got just the past 2-3 years, who they've drafted, who they've got locked up long term too. Like, obviously, it's nice that he's not going to be leaning on those like an offensive guys, and who knows where they're going to be when he does come over. Like, they're probably going to be making moves. Like, there's a whole lot of things that have to happen here. I wonder about Ethan Belchet's here, though.
Okay. Is that your prediction? Because the pick is in and it's coming soon.
Ethan Belchet's, I would also throw Command in there as a possibility, but I have a feeling it's going to be Ethan Belchet's.
Okay. Belchet's, Command are your lead options, but Belchet's is the prediction. Let's see what they come up with here. Gustafsson would just be fun for us, not for them. It's your Gary.
I fucking should have stuck with it.
You were close. You thought it. You just didn't commit to it. I was with you. I thought it was going to be Belchet's, to be completely honest. But a guy that I know you had rated a little bit lower, but I mean, you've swooned over this guy. Tell New Jersey Devil fans exactly what they're getting in Alexander Command.
God, we're gonna have to get someone else in here. This is exhausting. Yeah, I love. I mean, we talked about him like an hour ago, I guess. But yeah, this year, start to finish, was leading a Rebro in the J20 in points. Got a cup of coffee playing in the SHL. But just plays a really, really solid north-south game. Super hard worker, really good on the forecheck, but also has a lot of skill. Has a really good shot, can score, can make plays. Is the offense or the playmaking ability necessarily like a dynamic part of his game, especially if you translate it to the NHL? I'm not so sure, but a super hardworking middle six center, got some decent offensive upside. He's going to be on that second, maybe your first power play unit. Because I mean, he's got a legit shot once you get into the dots there, but also helps like a no shit center. Like you watch him play so often, he's coming and collecting pucks from his defenseman middle of the ice and driving it up the ice himself. Moves really well, but solid, hardworking two-way guy with some offensive upside for sure. I love Alexander Command, so like the pick.
There you have it. Again, things are wide open at this point in the draft. Sitting here at 13 after Command comes off the board. Do you have any strong opinions on who should be taken here?
I mean, I'm sure they were hoping that TYNAN Lawrence would be sitting there at 13. Like, I think they probably look at it like they would love to draft a center here. So, I mean, it's really early for me just because I just don't love the upside. But you wonder about a guy like Savanto if they just decide they really want to go out and pick a center. That being said, you look at some of the players that they've identified over the past however many years. Someone like Belchet, someone like Oscar Hemming would make sense. So I wonder about Hemming here.
You don't think Gustafsson makes sense for them?
I mean, you look at who they just drafted the past couple of years: Schaefer, and Keyshawn, and then they've got a couple other guys coming as well. Let me pull up their pool.
Yeah, who else do they have on the blue line coming in? I guess those are the only two that I had top of mind.
Oh my god, I can't fucking do anything.
You're okay. Have another beer. We're gonna get through this.
Literally, I don't even have time to fucking sip these beers. This is exhausting.
I have not had nearly as much beer as I thought I would at this point. I might have to do a quick shift to whiskey. By the way, everyone in the chat, what are you guys drinking? And if you're not, zero shame, but just curious.
You know what? Malte Gustafsson could make sense here too, actually. Yeah,
I like it. I think he's just a little different than what they've got. And again, taking best player available, he definitely fits that mold. I guess admitting my ignorance here, where does he fit as far as like who's on left and who's on right in their pool right now?
What's that?
Left and right side of the blue line, like who fits where for them right now in their future? Because I do not know.
I mean, you're looking at obviously Schaefer's there already, Pulak, Pellick, Aitchison's coming on the left. Oh, I forgot they had Odelius. Hasn't gone well for him. That was one of my draft sons in his draft year. Gustafsson, or is it?
Diet American Dew and caffeine pouches. Mind you, I have a 1-year-old. Cam, get out of here with that shit. I got a toddler and an 8-month-old. I am in the battle. Not to mention, 2 nights ago, we were in the ER from 9 p.m. to 3 a.m., so I am running on absolute fumes right now. I feel you. I should have caffeine pouches right now.
You had to pull the ER card. I was gonna come in and be like, bro, do you guys even watch Korean MMA at 3 a.m. every weekend?
And yet you still did do it.
I know.
No shame. No shame.
And I was up at 5 a.m. today too.
It's crazy how you have no choice but to do that. I
No
feel for
choice
you.
at all. No, none.
Pick is in.
What's your prediction, Z?
I think Malte Gustafsson. I'm just gonna go for it.
Yeah.
If they go forward, I wonder about Hermanson, Belchez, and maybe, or what did I just say? Hermanson? Jesus Christ! This is where I'm at. My brain. This is like there's just so many. We're going too fast. I'm the only one here. Hemming and Belchez would be like the fours I'm looking at. Maybe Novotny, but it feels like time for Malte Gustafsson to get drafted here.
That's where my head's at, but we're at that point in the draft. They're going to have Schaefer come up and pick it? Hell yeah. My future D partner, Malte Gustafsson.
Gustafsson or Belchez?
No, I know you got to do this, and you're such a polite Canadian boy, but don't do the whole thing.
Actually, I'm going to change. I'm going to say they're going to take Belchez.
Okay.
Of course, now when they take us, I'm like, fuck. Fuck, I should have stuck with him. I'm a fucking asshole.
That's on you. That's on you, dude. I got my pick right. Oh, man. All right. This is a guy that I mean, you came out in World Juniors and said, alongside Viggo Bjork, this is a guy that deserved consideration for like best guy of the entire tournament. Like, what are they getting here? Why is this the right pick that you wavered on?
I don't think he played at the. No, it was Hawkinson was on. Went
it was Hawkinson. Damn it, I am spacing on that. You're right. That's on me. I'm an idiot. But go ahead on Gustafsson.
Yeah, I mean he's just a really fleet of foot, 6'4", left shot D-mid. Really, really solid skater, solid defender. He's super physical. He's aggressive. He kills plays. And again, like. Not just like the size and the physicality that's appealing about him. You look at his ability to retrieve pucks, move it to the forwards quick. And again, I think there's, he eats so many. Like he's gonna be a minute muncher in the NHL, and again, started playing a lot in the SHL and looked super comfortable. One of the better. It just looked like he looked like he was 25, 26, 27 years old when he finally got some full-time SHL minutes. Never gonna be leaned on super hard for offense, but I do think he's got some like decent hands. He's got a decent enough shot. And he's a solid passer as far as like making that first passing, and he can transport pucks. He can move them himself. Like there's a lot there. And I mean, again, if he can continue developing the offense, there's a chance he could be as high as like a number 2, number 3 defenseman. I think he's like just got some, as far as a defenseman go, maybe the highest floor. You just look at the tools that he's got, and his ability to defend at an advanced level at his age. Yeah, I mean, like SMITS, you could see him being like a third pair guy that's like just super fun chaos. Like I could just, for me, like I just look at GUSTAFSSON and I'm just like, feels like the floor is just like a number 4, killing penalties. But again, just like solid puck mover. He like, there are times, again, like the offense is different, but like he looks like almost like a Simon Edvinsson out there, like how well he skates at his size, the puck moving ability, and how physical and aggressive he is. And again, I think he's got a decent shot. He's a decent passer. Like, he hasn't really been used in a position to like really like flourish offensively, but I think there's something in there. Like, again, he's never going to be like a 40-point guy in the NHL, but I think he'll be able to put up like secondary, tertiary offense, but legit minute muncher in the NHL. You're going to have him go up against every team's top 6. And I just love the player.
Hell yeah. Any other whiskey fans in the chat? We're going Elijah Craig Toasted Barrel. One of my personal favorites of late for the price. All right, Malte Gustafsson taken. Man, they've got quite the fun future at defense. We talked ad nauseum last year about the Islanders getting both of the guys I wanted at 16 and 17. Let's move on then and talk about number 14 before we get to the run of like 17 St. Louis Blues picks. Your board is obviously different than consensus, than NHL boards, whatever. I know you think really highly of Ryan Lynn. You're probably expecting Xavier Villeneuve to push to the second round. Do you feel like this is the run of wingers, or do you feel like there is a need here for Columbus to draft otherwise?
Yeah, I think they're going forward here. And I would imagine this is where we see Ethan Belchet's off the board, or
Novotny, Hermanson, Hemming. They're all.
Well, that's the thing. They fit that profile player that they'd be identifying to between Belchet, Novotny, Hemming. If they really were going to,
if Klepov went.
Yeah, I think teams are still questioning the offense and how much of this him just like putting up like SportsCenter top 10 mode, like. And then I love Klepov. Like if they did that, I'd be like, hell yeah, fuck, why not? But I would imagine they're hoping that Belchet was going to be there in the first place. So I think they go there.
Or do they take a goalie who's signed for 5 years in Russia?
Well, there's depending on how you feel about these goalies, they could end up taking the Russian kid.
Pick is in. Hurry. What's your pick? What's your prediction?
That's what I said. That's us. Okay. No, they went Hemming. Fuck.
Oh, that's fun. Is this going to be the run where you pick Belchet's like 6 times in a row and then you don't pick him and he goes?
Probably. Like, there's just no way that St. Louis wouldn't take Ethan Belchet.
I mean, unless they're going to take both rucks like lunatics. So talk then.
This is so fucking hard being the only one.
Well, you're the
no, I know,
dude.
I know. I'm just saying, being the only one's hard.
This is also a Boston guy. Like, you gotta swoon a little bit on Oscar Hemming here.
Brutal start. Like, he was literally just trying to find somewhere to play hockey, which was crazy, and ends up at BC. And I thought he did fairly well given the situation. But I mean, he's huge. He's 6'4". There's flashes of being like a true like power forward. He's got ridiculous hands, got good skill. He could shoot. Super physical. So I think if given a full year of development next year, like obviously the offense just didn't pop this year. I mean, the first 4 or 5 games, like he was putting up points, he was getting some assists. I think he didn't score a goal for the first like 15, 20 games. But I think at his best, assuming he continue to work on the skating a little bit here, he has flashes of being like a true top 6 power forward. Obviously, for a kid his size, he's got legit hands. He's really good in tight. He's got a solid shot as well. So I think when you just look at the overall body of work and like the tools that he's got. He's definitely, for me, like a top 9 guy. Defense is a work in progress again, but big physical flashes of being like a true solid power forward. Again, I think having a year of development at BC and not spending the first like 2 or 3 months trying to find somewhere to play will do wonders for him. So I like the pick, maybe a little bit higher than I would have gone there, but at the same time, when you're at this point of the draft, you can understand the swing.
And further news, to give Z a break from talking, Kevin Weeks. This is literally off the press. Marchenko's camp tells me as of now, he's unlikely to re-sign with the Columbus Blue Jackets. As of now. He had to say as of now multiple times to emphasize that it is as of now. Really interesting timing. I'm sure he heard this like 20 minutes ago and is like, I'm going to wait until they make the pick. Man, Marchenko is a fun player. It's not great for Columbus to have this happening in the midst of also Werenski talks. Not awesome. But what can you do? Z, we are back. Let's talk. I mean, St. Louis has the back-to-backs. Is there any chance they double up and go ruck, or is that kind of crazy to consider?
Yeah, I mean, it just feels too rich. So this is where I'm looking at guys like Belchez, Novotny.
Okay.
Adam Novotny, I think over the course of anytime we've mocked anyone anywhere, I think a consistent, like Novotny feels like a St. Louis Blue in the middle of the first round.
Yeah.
And I know the Blues have already, I mean, they spent a lot of time with him at the combine and stuff and draft meetings and everything. And then you wonder about again, I'm looking at specifically who's on the board still. There's only a handful of guys that you're like comfortable taking in this range that you would like take a home run swing on. This is where I also start wondering if the guys are looking at centers and being like, again, too rich for me, even though I think he's gonna be a really good NHLer, but I wonder about a Suvanto here. But this, again, I can't imagine that Belchez falls past 15, 16, 17 here. So I wonder about Novotny, Belchez, and then if they're really going to go off the board. And I know a lot of teams like him, and this is where like this retro start getting thrown in. Someone like a Gleb Pugachev. I wonder about him too. I think I saw Prodman was mentioning that as well earlier. But that would be one that I could see like really going off the board as far as like probably or consensus as far as whatever people scouting outlets and everything. But I love Pugachev. He's at the end of my first round.
I'm going to give you the grace here because it is back-to-back picks. I'm letting you pick the 2 players they'll pick. I'm not going to hold you to order because, I mean, come on. There's no reason we have to do that. And is it different than having 3 in a row?
No one's ever had
zero experience with. No one's ever had that.
Never have.
So what are your 2 predictions in any order?
I'm just going to keep saying Belchez until he's off the board. And is it going to, will they go? No.
And I'll allow you to change your second pick based on the first one if you want to go that route. But for now, I'll give you 2 picks.
Yeah, I mean, the only question in my head is like, would they take 3 forwards and not go for a defenseman? Like, again, my inkling is to say Belchez and Novotny. Again, you always wonder about or a center like a Suvanto if they want to go take one of the defensemen, Ryan Lynn, Tommy Blyle. I wonder how high he's going to go once we get to like 20. That's where I'm starting to assume we're going to see guys like Lynn, Blyle. And I want like there are like 5, 6, 7 teams that really do like JP Hurlburt. Like I had heard that like
there's also a lot that don't like him.
Right. That's what there's like wide range of opinions on him. Or even like another guy, same idea, like kind of like a Klipov maybe. But my instinct is to say Belchez and Novotny because they just feel like St. Louis Blues. But I do wonder about, do they want to take it? Well, they still have another fucking first round pick later, so I guess that's where they maybe would take a defenseman.
Sure. Oh, sin bin. Let's not do that. That didn't exist. Never happened. All we're talking about today is JJ Peterka in Boston. Okay. And just for bonus points, Belchets goes first, I imagine.
Yeah.
Belchets Novotny. I like it. Oh man. I mean, their clock has been at 0 for like a minute or two now. So I don't know
wonder about
what
there's a trade, maybe? Who knows?
Or do they get to go to their second clock because no one can like jump them?
Right.
I don't know.
Literally, maybe.
That would actually be, I would respect it in just this instance. All right, Belchets Novotny. Let's see it. We talked a little bit about Marchenko. I mean, Z, is that someone that you see as being, if the Wild can't get a center, is that someone that's worth going after?
Who? Marchenko? Yeah, I love Marchenko.
I think most people love Marchenko.
Yeah, he rules.
I want him in Pittsburgh. Let's see. Jason, just throwing money. No comment. Love it. Got to get this party started somehow. Respect it. Jason, what are you drinking, dude? I know you've got to have a beer cracked. I went from beers. Now we're drinking whiskey. We're all over the board. I don't know if St. Louis is ever going to make this pick. Is this a hydration break?
Yeah.
Is that not the weirdest shit you ever heard of? Are they just trying to make European football the American football? Oh, Layla. Oh, it is a trade. It is a trade. Blues acquire Mason McTavish and trade with Ducks. Oh, damn. Anaheim takes 15th and 29th overall. Isha, go and start updating the graphics. You've got a little buffer here. Get at it. Z, let's talk first. A guy we talked about for a while about, hey, maybe the Wild go after him the last year or so. Clearly wasn't the fit in Anaheim. Do you think he's the right guy to be the 2C in St. Louis?
Well, I think he probably fits the St. Louis style of game more. Like, especially, you look at, they go out and they move Kyrou, but like they've got like that top line where they play really quick at pace with, guys like Thomas and Holloway and Snuggerud. I think McTavish does fit into that middle six more with his style. Again, like slow the game down a little bit. He's going to be super physical and not going to be playing that like north-south chaos game. So yeah, actually, I like that fit more for St. Louis than in Anaheim. So,
okay.
And as far as you look at St. Louis, like you already drafted another center with Lawrence there. You keep one of the other first-round picks, and then you're not giving up anything off your roster. Like this is like, again, we talked about at the deadline, like why are they even entertaining like fully selling off on like a Robert Thomas? I'm like, it feels like they should probably keep him locked in. Now you've got him and McTavish locked up long term on assuming McTavish can get back to his game, like very reasonable contracts. Well, and then that Kyrou move, they got a haul for Kyrou. Like St. Louis, they're in the mix.
Making moves. And so Anaheim has the pick now. Or does that change your opinion on who's going? What's the prediction?
I'm gonna have to spend some time.
I'm giving you the time right now. Minute and a half. They have not announced the pick is in. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's very interesting for St. Louis. I mean, obviously still not like a threat in the Central, but I think that is
maybe this is where we see a guy like Ryan Lynn go.
Oh,
or if they're like, yes, we had issues at times with Zellweger. Let's bring in a version of it.
I was waiting for Zellweger to come up. How upset are you that Mr. Sweeney did not go and get him?
I was very angry because I was like, that should have been literally yesterday. I was like, they should go after Zellweger here because I don't think he's going to be super expensive. Then today it's like the 45th overall, and then who was it?
Bummer.
Wahlberg, who I love. This feels like Ryan Lynn.
Man.
This feels like I'm going to go Ryan Lynn here.
All right. Planting it. I hope you're wrong, but man, he is very fun. Are you sticking with Novotny, Belchets? Like, which one do you want to go with for St. Louis? Belchets after this? Assuming he's not taken?
No, I think I'll end up actually. I'm going to go with Novotny there. Because I know, like, we've heard a lot. I know, now it's going to be Belchets, but.
All right. So we're going to have Novotny there. All right. But yeah, Ryan Lynn. Oh, man. I mean, great pick, obviously, but I selfishly want him to hang out a little bit more. Pick us in. Let's see what we got from the Anaheim Ducks. Saginaw Spirit. Wow. There he is. Nikita Klepov. Okay. Well, Z. Yeah, shocker. It's you. Talk about Nikita Klepov, one that we haven't talked about a lot.
I am going to eventually refuse to do full on, so that every single one of these guys.
How about we recruit someone to come in and help us next year if it's that much of a toll on you to just sit here and talk about players that you've watched all year?
Oh, fuck off. Boy.
Or how about you give me access to your video service and I can take some on, because I can't get it on my own. I'm not part of Smart Scouting.
I was wondering if he was going to go closer to
scouting. Smart scouting.
Don't do that.
Late 20s. Ironically, he's got, like, I think EP, when they were doing their guide, they were like, their shades like Dylan Holloway here, which ironically, obviously, St. Louis trades that pick, but Dylan Holloway at one point is in St. Louis, sorry. Really fun. Started off the year ripping up the Holinka for the U.S., and then ends up leading the entire OHL in points. I think it was like just under 100 in like 60 or 70 games, whatever. But I mean, ridiculous engine, really, really good playmaker. Loves the give and go, loves to work off the cycle, solid off the rush. Kind of like, I don't really have any part of his game that you would say is like below average. I think people are always going to wonder about how much of this offense is going to work in the NHL, but I do look at like his ability to work give and goes, work with his teammates. Again, dual threat. He's got a decent shot, really good skill, obviously really solid passer and playmaker. And I love the engine on him. So it's a really fun pick to add to that Anaheim team. God, rich get richer. There's so much there. That's fun.
Creepy colors. Pull up his last message. All right. If Zuccarello doesn't sign, Kirill Marchenko might be a good replacement. Larkin is my choice for a big move, but I'd be okay with him. I mean, kind of goes along what you were saying, Z. Do you think if they went for a Marchenko, like, is it just automatic? You just plop him in with Kirill Kaprizov, or?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
That'd be very fun. Again, I think if they go out and they move all the pieces and bring in like a legit top six winger, you're obviously always going to be wondering if they can find a center somewhere. That being said, you look at guys like Kirill, Boldy, you've got, assuming it's someone like a Marchenko, they're going to be driving offense anyways. You just need, like, depending who you would have to give up in that trade. I don't know, like, if the Wild were to do that, I don't know who would be going back the other way.
What do you think I was going to say, what do you think he costs? I don't even know.
I don't know. He's on a decent little contract, I think, for another couple of years. Or is it just this year?
I'll look it up right now. 1 second. Let's see. There's a 3-year contract that runs through Isha actually said something funny. Klepov going to Disney World. Is there a character in Disney that sounds anything like Klepov? He has 1 more year left on his current deal.
Yeah.
Which is a 3.85. Yep, that sounds wonderful.
That would rule.
And he will be an RFA, so all the better. If you can't figure something out, you can still do something to trade him, or at least get picks back for an offer sheet, whatever. Yeah, Kirill Marchenko, that would be fun. Let's see. All right, so we got Adam Novotny slated for the St. Louis Blues coming up next. We don't have to go any deeper into that.
Naturally, that's when Belchets will go.
100%. We've already decided this, which thank you. Then he'll be off the board and you won't have to pick him anymore.
And I'll die.
All right, interesting so far. It's obviously going to be pretty chaotic pretty much from this point on. At this point, we know you love Ryan Lynn, Xavier Villeneuve. We've talked about the wingers. Are there any other centers or defensemen that you're like, the second the team steps up and takes them, I'm excited? Oh, wait, picks in. You don't have to waste any more talking. Blues, oh my God, they got quite a war room too. Wow, yeah. Look at the coordination going white, blue, white, blue, white, blue across the room with the jerseys. Magnificent. Pick is in.
Oh!
Maddox Dejane. Not even on the radar. All right. That's a fun one. So now you can't even roll your eyes when I ask you to talk about him because we haven't talked about him for shit. Maddox Dejane. How do we feel about this pick first before we even talk about the player? Is this like a shocker to you, or you're like, oh, damn, this makes sense now?
Dude, right when the pick was in, I looked at like, obviously they've got like, which I think it was, they've got Megan Chaika's best available options or whatever. And at the, like, towards the end of that list, I saw like Dejane or Maddox Dejane's name. And I was like, that would be one, a disruptor. That would be fun. This is a very fun player. I mean, he's a scud missile. He is flying around the ice like 1,000 miles per hour, hitting every single thing that moves. Big question whether he's going to be a center in the NHL. Not convinced of that, but moves really well. He's super physical. He's a really solid as far as just like a two-way type of player. But I mean, he has some nice skill. You can shoot the leather off the fucking puck. And I mean, he's kind of just like a north-south animal. Like, you use the there it is, the reverse hit king of this class. Like, I mean, he throws like 5 of those a game. But yeah, if you're a defenseman, you better keep your head up if you know that he's coming, because he's going to forecheck the absolute shit out of you. He's going to run you through the glass, take the puck, and like create offense that way. You know, I think there's going to be a question about the like pure offensive upside, and again, whether or not he's going to end up being a center or wing. To me, the game just screams more wing than center. Because I'm not necessarily sure he can be a guy that's going to be like driving play, but I think he can be a decent enough connector at least. And again, he's got a decent shot. He's got some good hands, but not like looking to lean on him as like a top 6 playmaker, which, I mean, at this point in the class, you're not likely to get one. At least, like, you're not confident you're going to get one here. But I like the player a lot. He's really fun. Like, he's going to be another guy, like a fan favorite type. I've kind of looked at him as like a lower end version of like a Novotny. I think he plays a lot. I mean, he plays probably faster. But I'm surprised they didn't go with someone like Novotny, who we knew that they really, really liked. But I could understand if they think they see some more offensive upside, they can work with him and develop, or continuing to develop. But yeah, I'm not surprised either. Like, you look at some of what like Barbashev was doing back when they were winning those cups. Like, there was a little bit of Dejane in there too, just flying and hitting every single thing that moves, for checking the absolute bejesus, but then every once in a while pulling out a really nice goal out of nowhere.
Okay. Fun. And so now we're at the point of the draft. Your 13 through 16 are all still on the board. Ryan Lynn, Xavier Villeneuve, Ethan Belchets, Adam Novotny. I think 2 of those are more likely to go than the others. Oh, they're announcing general manager of the year. I'm like, what is happening? They're still on the clock. Nothing's happened. Bill Guerin is up for it. Chris McFarland also, and Pat Verbeek. Interesting choices. I mean, does Bill Guerin get credit for Team USA?
Oh,
And also how he's dismantled all of the Canadian teams as a result? Like, he's got to win just off of that, right?
I can't. I just can't.
All right, so we don't have to waste our time on that. Let's talk LA Kings, who, I mean, they're almost in the Minnesota Wild mushy middle where they're just like on the fringe of the playoffs every year, and it doesn't seem like they have a way to dig their way out of the hole. What's happening here? What would you do if you're them?
I mean, I think they have a clear need for centers here. So, I mean, I think at this point, everyone and their mothers mocked Oliver Savanto to the Kings. Again, there's going to be a lot of questions just about the offensive upside there. But, you know, you looked at it in World Juniors, obviously didn't put up a million points, but I thought he was really good for Finland, just being like the defensive center, moves fairly well, really smart, and plays that solid north-south game. He's just going to be a solid defensive center, but he may just never have anything more than like a 3C type upside. But you look at him, you're like, he is definitely a center. He's going to play a long time in the NHL. And he's super smart, so I would imagine that wouldn't be a shocking pick. If they really wanted to go, I wouldn't be surprised if also like we hear a name like Jack Hextall start coming up. This is way too early for me, but another center in the USHL put up some nice offense this year. Really solid two-way game, but can move, can score. Decent little playmaker, so I wonder about him. I was wondering about him for Boston at 23. Obviously, not worried about that anymore.
Yeah, that's true. And Bill Guerin officially announced as GM of the year. Here we go.
Wow.
The Wild are part of the first round of the NHL draft. They had to do it. So what's your official prediction for the Kings?
It's boring, but I'll say Savanto.
Okay.
I should pull up their pool because I mean I know like it's funny, like probably what 3, 4, 5 years ago their prospect pool was legitimately just outrageous. And then some of those just haven't panned out. Some of them have graduated to the NHL and been okay. So I remember like naturally for like 3 or 4 years in my head, I was like, oh, they've just had like a top 5 prospect pool in the league, obviously. And then I looked, I was like, oh shit, I forgot that was like a half a decade ago. It's like, oh boy.
Yep. All right, so Oliver Savanto is.
I'm gonna say Savanto, but like, how fucking far is Ethan Belchat's gonna fall?
It's great.
I was wondering if they were gonna trade back too. There we go.
All right. So now we'll pump the brakes.
I think they said they have a trade.
Are we sure that it's not just a trade that's already happened in the NHL that they're just choosing to announce right now and throw us off like Calgary?
Nope. I have no idea.
On our toes. On our toes.
I can't imagine they would draft the defenseman here. I mean, they took Brustovich last year.
Am I the only one bothered that Weeks isn't like sitting on the ground with just like his like forehead and eyes poking up over the desk?
That should be the only way he does it.
It would have been hilarious if he at least started that way for the bit. They haven't.
I wonder if they think about defenseman here and go Lynn, but
well, unless you say otherwise, Savanto is the prediction.
Yeah. I mean, they just desperately need a center, and he is definitely a center.
Do you think there's another center they would consider?
Again, I would wonder about Hextall, but that still feels a little bit too early for me.
Right.
I wonder if they would have been looking at like Dejane too, but again, I'm wondering if they're like, we're like 100% sure Savanto's a center. We're like 25% sure Dejane could be a center.
Yeah. The clock's winding down. Maybe they are trading it. Oh, there we go. LA Freeman. LA is trading down 2 places. Utah is trading into this spot. Oh, let's shift that up a bit. Utah Mammoth. Who do they take with the 17th overall pick?
I wonder if they end up with Savanto here, but I would imagine that's who LA wants, and they probably think they can get. Actually, no, because Capitals are gonna be looking for a. Or well, no, they traded that, didn't they? I'm all over the place.
Belchets.
You wonder about a Belchets here, like a version of Lawson Krause, maybe.
Trade alert.
Or this could be like a Ryan Blale, I mean, or Morozov, maybe.
Lynn
This could be like a. They could be like a. This could be like a Morozov, Belchez. I wonder about Ryan Lynn. They're like, we can't keep drafting 7'4" defensemen.
Yeah, there's a team that could use a small defenseman. I will say last summer at the World Junior Summer Showcase at Ritter, I was not prepared for how large of a human Armstrong is. He is massive.
You know what would be really fun and make me sick would be Ermanson.
Why would it make you sick? You don't have a pick.
Yeah, I know. I just want him to be on the team that I like. Actually, no, it's Utah. Fine. That's fine. That works.
Book of Mormon. Book of Mammoth. I thought we liked Utah. I like Utah.
I just said, oh, wait, it's Utah.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess the whole league is assuming they're going for like a big forward or whatever. So I think pretty much everyone mocked like a guy like Rogowski going there. So again, wonder about Savanto, Mutrin, maybe. Oh, wait, the Russian. If they're going to go Russian here, Gleb Pugachev, or or maybe they're the ones like we need an even bigger Russian defenseman, Sokolovsky. they're gonna have all of them, dude.
Not gonna get pushed around. So what's the Utah prediction?
God. I kind of just feel like continuing to give them more fun Russians and say Pugachev, but I could also see Rogowski, Savanto, Novotny, Belchens. But I wonder if they throw the whole league off and go Ryan Lynn here. I still have a minute before I have to.
You do. You're good. As soon as the pick is in, I'm going to expect you to act quickly. But for now, they haven't said that. So continue to mull over it.
Picks in. Fuck.
All right. Who are you going with?
Fuck, what was I just saying? No, I lost it. No.
Pugachev?
No, yeah, I'm just that's definitely not who I was thinking, but yes.
You mentioned him. You got a second. He's talking. Who do you want? Savanto? Yeah, he's filibustering. You got a second. Think.
I'll say Pugachev, but no, I'm not confident at all.
There's a video playing right now. You can think. All right. If you don't say anything between now and then,
I'm going against the grain. Ryan Lynn, defenseman.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, I don't, but also if he's got to go somewhere that's not Pittsburgh, I like it being Utah. Oh, who's that? Who's that handsome man?
It's the Wish version of Alex Burrows.
What? It's a wild comment. Okay. All right, so Ryan Lynn is the predicted pick for Utah.
If it's a forward, I'm going to go against the grain again and say Morozov because I know a lot of teams like him. But
yeah, I have a feeling that might be who lands in Pittsburgh, and I'm not sure where I'm at on it yet.
My name is Chris Labrizzi, and I'm the head coach of the Blackstone Valley School. On February 16th, our team experienced an unimaginable tragedy at our hockey rink in Pawtucket, Rhode Island.
I'm not trying to downplay what they're talking about here, but why is it a bunch of Vegas stuff coming up for Utah?
Something none of us will ever forget. And yet, through heartbreak and grief, our team persevered and went to win the state championship. Thank you. I want to express my deepest gratitude to the NHL for their unwavering support over the past 4 months. Had it not been for the outpouring of love from the NHL and hockey fans across North America, I'm not sure we would have persevered. Hockey is a family, and this family showed up for us in the most profound way. I also want to extend heartfelt thanks to the Utah Bandits, the New York Rangers.
Oh, they showed the GM of the Year voting. Guerin did not have the most first place votes,
oh wow,
but it was clearly between him and McFarland, and he just had way more second place votes. Interesting. Oh, Jason Bryant, his new favorite tradition, watching the draft with his oldest daughter. Here we go. Now, Jason, is she a Wild fan, just general hockey fan? Do you guys have a team outside of Minnesota? Like literally everyone running this channel, we all pull for the Wild, but none of our top teams. Draft pick coming in. There it goes.
God, I'm an idiot. I should have just stuck with that. For fuck's sake,
It's okay. He's off the board. You can't pick him anymore. He can no longer hurt you.
I'll just keep saying it anyways.
I mean, that does feel late. Like that's a good move for Utah to move up and grab him if that's their
I was
guy.
gonna say, yeah, like I know he's had top 10 buzz all year long, and I had him there obviously at the beginning of the year, but I think as time went on, I still just saw too many questions. But getting him at 17 is a phenomenal pick. Like, you know, if he can continue, like the skating's getting there, like as long as he gets to the point where I think it's not legitimately just completely holding him back, and he continues to tap into how big and physical he can be, like, or at least, sorry, being as physical as his size would allow him to be is what I mean. Like, because I mean,
Yeah.
you watch him as draft -1. He was like dropping the gloves here and there. He was hitting every single thing that moved, and he was scoring. And I just think this year is a little bit inconsistent. Obviously, there was a big injury, I think, leading up to the playoffs. I want to say, if I have that right, which obviously hurt because I think a playoff run could have done wonders for him. But I mean, when you look at this draft class and what a guy like Ethan Belchez can bring, again, if he can get the skating there, you have the potential to be the best, a true top 6 point producer, like point per game power forward in this league, and just a menace to play against. I think he's going to a phenomenal spot to like continue developing, work on that consistency, and again, like just continue to use his size to his advantage in Michigan State. That's not a bad spot for him to be. So getting him at 17 is a really, really nice piece of business. Because again, if he can hit even close to what his potential ceiling is, like you've got the best power forward in this class.
Yep.
Because he's got
Utah just
legit
keeps
hands. He's
on
got a
doing
great
it.
shot. He is a fucking animal when he's on.
Good for Utah. Good for Utah. We love that for them. Another guy we can talk about during Book of Mammoth. And unfortunately, he has to sit down with Leah Hextall, but we'll move on from that. So looking at your board, Washington Capitals, which I mean, seeing the jerseys this guy was wearing in his highlight reels, it felt like he should just be a Washington Capital, just merge right in. But where is your head at now that the guy you've predicted for a while is off the board?
Wait, sorry. Ask that question again. The Capitals.
Capitals. Who would you pick? Who do you predict?
This feels like Adam Novotny, and I think that would be a really good pick. I think he fits what Washington wants to play, how they want to play. You look at they bring in a guy like Alex Tuck. Jesus Christ. I don't think anyone's ever said Luke Tuck instead of Alex Tuck. I'm sure people said Alex Tuck instead of Luke. That's just brutal from me because I'm a loser. But Adam Novotny feels like a Capital, plays that really solid north-south game, but also has like a legit, absolute rifle of a shot, has some legit skill. And it feels like that is like the ideal Washington Capital. Trying to think of who else would be an option for them there. They have like a bunch of wing. I think they have a ton of wings that taken over the past bunch of years, but they're taking like swings like big skilled guys or whatever. So I think someone like that Adam Novotny, that north-south game, and again he can play with speed. I like that. So, but I also wonder about like a Morozov because it also like just like a no nonsense kind of power forward, can play center, can play wing. And then it's another spot you wonder about Sivanto if they want a center, but
Adam Novotny.
actually, you know, it's going to be Novotny, or maybe this is where Sivanto goes. They do have a ton of wingers. They also bring in again Kyra and Tuck.
They always have a lot of wingers, and they always draft wingers.
So this is what I do. Maybe it is. Maybe Sivanto is the right option, or is it maybe a defenseman who they have there? I've always got Chikrin.
All right, who do you have for this one, Z? Officially,
I'm gonna go Sivanto. Actually, now that
right.
I'm looking at it, after because I just started thinking about the fact they bring in Cairo and Tuck this week.
I mean, Sinbin agrees that Navanti's the perfect Capital.
What's that?
Sinbin was commenting saying that Navanti's the perfect Capital.
Yeah, he is. Like, I mean, he plays a style that they really like. Obviously, just the north-south. He can play with speed. He's a pain in the ass to play against. But again, you look at the fact they just brought in Tuck, Cairo. Tuck's locked up long term. Cairo's got, I think, plenty of years left on that contract still. Obviously, we'll see what position Ryan Leonard ends up playing, but I think he's a winger. I think probably they want to add a center here if they don't want to go D. So I'm saying Sivanto or Lim, but I'm going to lean Sivanto.
Yeah, there's like an overload of wingers Everyone's just talking about it. Like I
Here we
think
go.
bringing in Tuck, great, but way more.
Yep, I would
intrigue
nailed
on
it.
Kyrie. Nice.
All right, I'm back. After missing 1, 2, 3, 5 in a row. All right.
It comes in waves. It
Savanto
comes
to
in
the
waves.
Capitals. And we've already talked a lot about Savanto here. Again, obviously, there's going to be questions about how high that upside is. For me, just screams third line center, maybe a fourth, or probably like in all likelihood third, fourth line center. But again, he is a no doubt center, which is like gives him a leg up over half the kids of this draft class. But I do think there's a little bit of skill there. But if he can continue getting quicker, if he can just develop a little bit more like different kinds of offense and playmaking ability, a better shot, like I think you can get some secondary, tertiary offense. But he's going to be killing penalties for you. He's going to be playing a shutdown role. We saw how good he was at the World Juniors as a 17-year-old, just being a huge pain in the ass. Played in Liga this season. And weirdly enough, though, like even when he's played like U20, like it's not like a guy that's been lighting up the score sheet. So I think that's where it's going to be tough to imagine him developing into like a 30-40 point player. I think he could probably get to 30. But when you watch it, or when you have him on your team, you're looking at that shutdown middle six or bottom six center. So for the Capitals, would you look? And I think you were off when I was talking about this, but the fact they also just traded for Kyrou and Tuck,
Yeah,
screamed either center or if they maybe a defenseman.
totally.
But they've also got Hudson coming in now, so Savanto just feels like that's where they were going to go, and there he is.
Yeah, and that's who you went with?
Yep, finally back.
Happy for you. Oh, man. All right, Oliver Savanto off the board. And now I've got a lot of kind of maybe, hopefully questionable centers left. Like, who is the next best true center in your mind?
Who's up right now? Is it LA now? Is that what the trade was? It was Utah and LA that swapped, so now it's LA?
Yes, I believe so. But again, not the point there. Like, regardless who's drafting, just who is the next best center that like is going to be a center?
You're probably looking at guys like Rogowski, who again I don't love in the first round.
Yeah.
Morozov's probably, I think he's a center. I think I'm fairly confident that he is just that center. Just going back and watching some of the tape. This is where, if again, for teams that are looking at centers, this is where I wonder if we get a little bit early on a guy like Jack Hextall. He's like a two-way pivot guy. There's questions, can someone like a Casey Mutrin play center? I think he's probably a power forward winger, and I love Casey Mutrin. I'm wondering when he starts getting some love here, but those are probably the ones I'm looking at for guys that I could see going first round here. Or some team goes, you know what, we're just going to say, fuck it. Give us Sheila. We don't give a fuck. We'll make him care.
We'll make him care. No milkshakes, none. So tell me then, what's the move here for LA? Because clearly, if center was the move and Savanto's who they wanted, that's gone. Oh, Jason wants to know what I just poured. I gotta let it settle down here quick, but it's a Hazy Day Sioux, toppling Goliath, neighbors to the south in Iowa. Should be delicious. We'll find out. But yeah. It feels like Lynn, Novotny, Hermanson, Morozov.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a clear need at center, which is why I'm surprised they put themselves in a position to not end up getting Oliver Savanto. But, I mean, you wonder about, again, Jack Hextall, if this is when teams are going to start going for him. But I wonder if they look at their D pool and who they've taken the past couple of years, because I think Ryan Lynn's just like a better version of some of the guys that they've got now. So I would probably lean Ryan Lynn if I'm them. But yeah, they still obviously do have that clear need at center. So maybe if I'm them, I'm even consider, hey, maybe if we do know that we need a center and there's some other guys that be sitting there, maybe we keep trading back. I don't know. I mean, I don't, well, obviously, like we would know that that's what they're going to do. We already know that now, but
I mean, they got
actually, no, the
another
clock's still
minute and a half.
winding down.
Yeah,
The clock's still
clock's
winding
gone.
down.
Bide your time. Bide your time.
Michael Russo, half an hour ago, said, I do sense there is some wild news on the horizon. That may
You
be
missed
about
that. Someone in the
Garen.
chat's like, Russo's out here trolling. Yeah,
I'm guessing that was Garen.
that was Garen. Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, who's your
Rhineland. No!
pick? Oh, who did you say?
I just went Ryan Lynn because I think they
Ah.
could probably use a guy like him.
Elton Hermanson. I know this is a guy you've swooned over a little bit, at least, especially for this range of the draft. I know you wanted him for Boston back when they actually had a draft pick. Surprising to take a wing here, just given the need. Like, what's the thought process here, and then taking Hermanson?
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming they looked at who was available, and then I guess they obviously need a center. Do they really want to? I would agree with them, like reach for guys like Rogowski or, who else did I say? Oh, Morozov, any of the other centers there, or you know what? If Elton Hermanson's sitting there, a guy with that level of skill, like he's again another player in this class that's like, you know, there's some issues in his game, specifically like in transition, but you know, the offensive ceiling, and I mean, weirdly, his defensive results are actually pretty solid. But as far as like a high upside bet, I love Elton Hermanson. He's got a ton of skill, really creative playmaker, really solid shot. Produced, I think he put up over half a point per game in the Allsvenskan this year with Modo. But he's a legit ankle breaker, absolute sniper, really evasive on the puck. You know, the physicality is going to be a big question for him, but you know, he's continued to grow, get bigger. And the fact that he was able to start his season in the Allsvenskan and played there basically all season. I think he only played a handful of games playing U20 over there. And he produced offense. So I love the swing.
All right.
Oh, Sabres are up.
Sabres are back up. Do they dare take another defenseman? Or can Ryan Lynn please hang out for the Penguins?
Feels like maybe like a guy like Morozov.
Why is Bill Guerin back?
Oh, that's interesting too, because there are a lot of teams that like the Swedish kid who missed almost the entire season, the Lagerberg Hohen kid out of Sweden. That's who, I guess I just pulled it up. I think that's where Pronman mocked him. I guess the whole league likes him a lot. I know Buffalo does. Kind of like another version of. Well.
If you get this one right, you're batting 500. No pressure. And Jason's wrestling broadcast partner, Sean Kenny from ESPN, has a son named Garen for this reason. Impressive. That's a sweet name, to be honest. Garen, that plays as a first name.
It feels like Morozov, but I wonder if they go off the really off the board for at least consensus names, well-known names, and go with the Jonas Lagerberg Hohen kid.
I mean, they did go off the board already, kind of. So are you going to take the big swing, or what's the prediction?
No, I think I'll stick with Morozov. I'm really gonna kick myself if they do take Jonas Lagerberg Hohen. So I think there's real potential this kid ends up going late first, and Buffalo really likes him, and the whole league really likes him.
So Ilya Morozov is the pick.
Yeah, I'm gonna be boring and go there.
All right. I mean, I'm gonna say Ryan Lynn just because that's who I want for Pittsburgh, and all I know now is that Buffalo takes the player I want right before I can take him.
That is how these things go.
God, Zach Benson should be a Penguin. How big are Gary Bettman's ears? Or maybe they're normal-sized ears on a very small body. Maybe that's what it is. He did emphasize NHL. Good for you, dude. Well played.
All right, yeah, I got it.
You got it. All right, the kid's back. Z is batting 500. And honestly, batting 500 through 20 is good. I'm sure through the 20s now it's going to be absolutely diabolical. So I think just saying that you went 10 of 20 through the first 20 is pretty impressive. But so this guy is obviously, I mean, playing for Miami, first and foremost, a lot of people probably haven't seen a lick of this kid play. Talk about the upside here.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, okay. Well, you went right to upside. I think.
Okay.
I mean,
don't go upside.
I think he's just like the model of that game's like a Jordan Stahl, Adam Lowry, just like a big. I mean, he's a 6'3" middle six center. Smart, really, really physical. I think was he the youngest player in college hockey this season?
Really?
He was one of them at least. He's only. I mean, he was 17 the whole season. But either way, he's still. I mean, which was impressive because like he barely scored in the USHL last year, but ends up with 20 points this season. But really solid defensive forward. Really physical, really solid on the forecheck, very projectable. So, I mean, there's going to be a question about the upside, but he's got a nice shot. And I mean, he was one of, if not their go-to player for Miami, who really had a bounce back year. I mean, again, were they like the greatest team in the world? No, but like, they won more games than they did last year for sure. I think last year they won like 4 or 5. They were terrible. But he was solid. I mean, like another power forward. Again, there's always going to be questions, much like Suvanta. There's going to be a lot of questions about the upside, obviously. But I think he's really smart. He's super physical. He knows how to use his size. You know, one of the things that he does really well with that size is like he can drive the net himself. So I think it gives the Sabres another element that they're probably looking for. I was wondering if they would continue just taking home run swings on like some of that skill. But then you look at the fact they brought in the human highlight reel, pick number 4. Dax and RUDOLPH, the Morozov. It's a nice balance for that first round. I think this is roughly where I ended up with Morozov, and it was more so me being like, I think I have to put him down early 20s here somewhere. So
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's a solid player. Again, like I think ideally they're hoping he turns into a Jordan Stahl.
Okay.
Which
Yeah,
every
I
single
really
team in the
did
league
have
would
him
love.
pegged for Pittsburgh. I did have him pegged for Pittsburgh. Philadelphia is like the hardest team to judge on how they're going to draft. I never know what Danny Briere is going to do. There's some big names on your board here because you had Ryan Lynn, Xavier Villeneuve, Novotny. You had him 13, 14, 16, which like isn't a crazy drop by any means at this point. But again, we said Villeneuve is going to fall out of the first round more than likely. Novotny and Lynn can't fall out of the first round, can they?
No. I'm looking at some of the defensemen too. I feel like this is where Lynn should go because I remember Wheeler was talking about like this could be where we start talking about maybe like a Tommy Blyle, but like the fact that Ryan Lynn's still sitting here, I think that's an option for them. You wonder if they decide to go, you know what, we're bringing back the Broad Street Bullies and they take the Sokolovsky kid, 6'8", absolute fucking missile launcher. I'm sure they would have loved to take Morozov here, Morozov. Sure. So if they want to go with the forward route, I wonder about them wanting another center and taking like a Jack Hextall. I wonder about Brooks Rogowski because that fits like we like the big guy kind of thing that they've got going on there right now. So as far as forwards go, again, obviously Novotny plays a style that front office loves, just like the north-south physical. But he's got a whole lot of upside still compared to some guys, the other guys that we were mentioning. So but can Ryan Lynn possibly fall farther than this? It feels illegal.
Selfishly, I guess my question is, do the Penguins sprint up and take Lynn or Novotny, whichever one's available? Or do you feel like that's just not the path? Or does Kyle Dubas trade back yet again?
I mean, I feel like if Ryan Lynn doesn't go here, then that's who they should sprint to. I think Lynn ends up in Pittsburgh because I don't think Philly's going to take him here. So I have a feeling I'm just going to say now that Lynn ends up in Pittsburgh.
Don't jinx that away from me, you asshole.
Hand up, my bad.
I know what you're trying to do.
That's going to be fucked up if that happens. I will feel bad if that happens.
You'll feel worse because you don't have the pick anymore. So yeah, sucks to be you. God, I want him so bad. Like, you have so aggressively talked me into Ryan Lynn, I can't see another path if he's available. But again, Dubas has shown me that I'm an idiot and what he does is right, because holy shit, did everyone think Ben Kindle was the wrong pick, and they were all wrong, and they've admitted as such. Who's playing at Maine? Sinbin? Oh, Sokolovsky. I mean, he does fit the Flyers / Bruins narrative that you were so afraid of coming into this, so I could see it. Oh, man. It's right here. It is the pick right before the Penguins, so maybe
it's crazy. They go back.
Ryan Lynn.
It would hurt. That's going to hurt significantly more.
I don't even care that it's Philly. I just care whether or not the Penguins get him. I will care more about the Penguins not getting him than the Flyers getting him. Which, did I tell you about, so my brother had a kid. Did I tell you how he named him?
Yeah, several times.
Okay. It's such a sick name. And I feel
cool.
good about being able to pass that over to him. Well, I'm sorry to have annoyed you with the stories. I will not rehash. Why are you saying that? Did something? Do you know what happened?
No, I just
Oh
accidentally.
yeah, what's your prediction? Did you even give me a prediction?
Part of me is really well. Are they trading it? Or?
If they don't trade it, give me your pick.
No, I know.
It's got to be a trade if it's at 0. God damn it! Someone's gonna jump up and take Ryan Lynn.
No.
Son of a bitch! Don't do it. Don't do it to me. Yeah, you don't even need to make a prediction. There's got to be a trade if it's sitting at 0 and they're just chilling. Weeks is so dialed in on his phone right now.
There it is.
Trade, motherfucker.
Oh boy.
Obviously, we have a trade.
Oh,
Sharks.
Oh no. Oh no.
Fuck this. Motherfucker, they're taking Lynn for sure. Look at Greer celebrating, you fucking peacock piece of shit. God damn it. All right, we'll see. Is the prediction Ryan Lynn?
Boy.
I would love it if the chat could at least like sympathize with me a little bit and feel bad for me that my team's not going to get the player I want. God damn it.
Wow, they really wanted that pick too. They gave him 3 in this year's draft just to boot. Wow. Oh boy.
What's the pick, see?
No, I'm not gonna say Ryan Lynn.
No,
Can't do
you
that.
make your accurate prediction. Don't let me steer you from your prediction. What do you predict happening? I won't be mad at you for predicting it. That's okay. I'll be mad at them for fucking doing it. God, fuck, damn it. He was there. He was there.
No, you know what? Tommy Blau. Come on.
Now you're just being mean. That's disrespectful what you're doing right now.
Oh. Oh my god.
Say how awesome Ryan Lynn is, please.
I mean, Ryan Lynn, one of my favorites in the class. The only knock against him again is the fact that he's not 6 feet tall. Really solid defensive defenseman, really solid skater. He does have some offensive tools that he started using a little bit more often, so the points jumped up this year. Again, some injuries mixed in throughout the year, which like disrupted his time a little bit. For me, I probably have him as a top 10, top 15 pick. I love the kid. Going to Denver, obviously. I was excited at first. Then Dax and RUDOLPH committed there, so then that's not really going to do much for his offense, obviously. But really smooth skating, solid defends at an NHL level now against the rush, also in his own end as well. He's strong for his size. Super smart. Another one of those kids that's just like one of the smartest kids in the draft class. But when he wants to, when he feels like going and exploiting time and space with the puck, he is able to make some plays happen. So there's more puck skill that he gets credit for. He's got a decent shot too. So I really love this player. Super mobile. When you look at like the way the league's going, like the 5'10", 5'11", super mobile, puck moving D-men are huge parts of these teams that are like making runs in the playoffs. Like, so is he going to be on your top pair? Probably, maybe not. Just given the fact that his primary role is going to be like defending, and then being just like an elite puck mover. Again, I'm curious to see if he can develop some more like dynamic offense as far as his play on the blue line. But one of my favorites in the class, just a A+ pick, the San Jose Sharks, man. Keaton, VERHOEFF, and Ryan Lind. You're getting like the gamble and the safety, and then you get Ivar Stenberg. This is illegal.
So happy for them. What exciting options do the Pittsburgh Penguins have ahead of them at this point in the draft, Boatsy?
What?
Who should Dubas pick?
I wonder if this is where we see Tommy Blyle again right there. We know they really like JP Hurlburt. Wonder if this is where he goes. I'm wondering if it's between Hurlburt and Blyle. And again, I just think it's too early for someone like a Jack Hextall. I'm going to... I can't believe that.
Oh, I knew it was happening. I have nothing else to say. He could. I'd rather have him go there than fucking San Jose or than Philadelphia. So it is what it is. I can live with it. All right. So
for me, it's between Blyle and Hurlburt.
What's your prediction?
What's happening
here?
I'm assuming it's either going to be Blyle or Hurlburt, who rock, by the way. Yes, I mean it is unbelievable. The fact couple of years it's been like, God damn it. But I keep it like, but the guy you're going to get is really good too. Maybe I don't know if Novotny is like the guy that they'd be targeting. It feels like he wants to take a swing. So Hurlburt or Blyle. God, I'll go Tommy Blyle here.
Just do the Dubas and trade back at this point. I don't fucking care. All right, so you're saying Tommy Blyle?
Yeah, I look like last year they go out and they draft those forwards. So this year I'm gonna say Tommy Blyle. He's fun. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
That once it happens, that's fine. That's fine.
Whoever it is, it's gonna be.
The pick is in. We'll hear what it is. I'm just son of a bitch. Let's hear it, Gary.
Oh, wow. Hey, that's a big swing on that upside.
Well, one of the brothers is doing the hugs, and now we'll see if the other one comes through. No, I don't need another fucking Penguin prospect being in North Dakota. God damn it. All right. Isha, play the highlight reel. Z, talk to me about this guy. I know you said like 20s was the right range for him. There's some people that said mid-teens made sense. Sell me on this guy individually if his brother does not get drafted by the Penguins.
I mean, oh, sorry, I was just reading something else. Obviously led WHL in points, 100 points in 68 games this year, but I'm like, now that I think about it, I should have considered someone like a Liam Ruck. I think I just can't separate myself like between like predicting one Ruck and not the other. I feel like legally they have to be drafted together. But now that like just going through the tape again, like it does feel like a very, very Kyle Dewey's pick, especially when, you know, all the chatter was that he really wants to take a big home run swing here. You know, I think his official height, by the way, which is like the most annoying thing possible the NHL does, is like 5'11 3/4. So like technically he's not like, no, don't even ever tell anyone that you're 6 feet. But super quick position, or Jesus Christ, master of like the quick possession game, loves feeding off his teammates, has a legit like elite shot, NHL level shot. Really smart as far as like just how well he's able to pick apart defenses. And I mean, just like a super high, again, in this range, in this draft class, regardless of whether or not he has to play with his brother, like you don't want to take a big home run swing on upside, you take a guy like Liam Ruck. Everything he does is lightning quick. I really like how well he moves. Again, like his ability to play at speed and bring pace, breakneck pace is very fun. So I love, it's a fun pick. I was leaning more Blyle Hurlberg because I think everyone was talking about them, wanting them, but I love the quick one-touch passes. He's never getting caught in the puck, not wondering what he's going to do with it. I think he's really smart, elite shooting, elite playmaking. So I like the home run swing. And now we'll see if they can make it happen, if they can get it. They can.
If you're another team, do you have interest in drafting the second Ruck?
You know what's funny? I think he went from being a fringe first to a mid first. Like it's probably like
like, do you think that individually, if you draft him and you're not trying to hold the Penguins ransom, which would be a weird use of draft capital, like, do you think that Marcus Ruck
he's still legit
value? Yeah.
It's funny. It's like I feel bad, like, because I think a lot of when you go through and you like look at some of his like scouting agencies, or just, well, actually not even scouting agencies, because like everyone does a pretty good job like actually writing an individual report of the kid, but like it is constantly coming like, well, he's the second of the two Rucks, and obviously you're gonna draft him if the other one you already have the Liam here. But I mean, you look at him, he's definitely like he's at least the one that you're looking at as like a center between the two of them, obviously. But really smart. I'd probably give him the edge as far as just like the projectable, like you could feel confident that like his style will like translate and he'll get like the rope needed by coaches or whatever. But another guy, like he's really good give and go off the cycle. He's really good off the wall as well. I think he's really smart. He's a really solid passer. Again, I think obviously Liam's the one that's going to be shooting the lights out when they're playing together, but it'll be interesting. I think he actually, now I think about it, I think Marcus was the one that led the dub in points. I think by like 2, because I think he had like 108, if I have that right.
I haven't watched them. I've just heard from a lot of people that Liam will be fine without Marcus, but Marcus kind of needs Liam. Do you not feel that way?
I don't know. I think when you look at Marcus, I think the thing that constantly comes up is like you just need to add like a speed element. Like neither one of them are like flying up and down the ice, but the way they play is quick. But I think Liam has more individual like scoring ability on his own. So yes, I think that's fair. But I mean, like when you look at guys that could potentially play center here, you know, Marcus is obviously a possibility. I think he's going to be a longer term development path. If it's, again, assuming he doesn't find his way getting drafted to Pittsburgh, maybe that's what's happening right now. I just saw that Utah's moving their pick.
Yep. Isha posted that for us. Thank you, Isha. Oh man. I'm like not even I'm not bothered by Russ, still shaken that this is happening to me again, that right before the Penguins can get the guy I want, he goes. After a big fall, too. It's not like, oh, this guy went right where he was projected. Like, no, big fall and then goes right before their pick. God damn it all. I hope Liam Ruck is sick when he's a Penguin. I hope that he goes through some growing pains in a year when he's in North Dakota. God damn it. I have nothing else to say. I should grow to accept that this is my path.
Trade. There it is.
To the Pittsburgh Penguins? Oh. Kosa moves. Whoa. I thought he would be part of like a goalie swap kind of thing.
Wow.
Kosa straight up for 23. Wow, they've really given up on him.
Well, I think everyone knew that was happening.
100%, but I didn't think that they'd move him for 23 overall. So I guess who's the guy they're eyeing here? Like, who is the Steve Yzerman guy that's available right now? Is it Novotny? Has Novotny fallen too far? Or do you see someone else?
I mean, I'm sure they want to find a center, obviously, but I look at who's available. Yeah, I'd be like, I love Novotny, obviously. That would be a great pick for me here. You wonder about a Hextall, but that feels like a redundant style.
Yeah, if they're going to take a Hextall, why are they upset about a Urov? Oh, man. What's the next pick for the Penguins? They're early second, aren't they?
I think so.
Yeah, so they're for sure going to take Marcus there. Okay. Yep, 39. So Marcus will go 39, which, like, whatever. I can live with that. Again, I'm in no way. Last year, I was mad when Pittsburgh traded down after taking a player that wasn't on my board at all for them to pick, of course, in Ben Kindle. Obviously, he was a first-round pick, but I was so locked in on freaking Aitchison and, of course, Eklund. Both go to New York Islanders several picks later. And Kyle Dubas shoved it in my face. He was right. I was wrong. So I'm willing to accept that he probably made the right pick here. Oh, Creepy Colors comes in. Z? Does this mean Wally to Detroit?
Well, I mean, no. We need
what's your prediction? Detroit, go.
Hurlbert.
Hurlbert.
I don't feel confident in that.
That's okay.
Oh, I nailed it.
Go Z. Good work, dude. They do list him as a left wing. I also did not know that he was from Texas. So talk then. JP Hurlburt, who is apparently a left wing, not a center. This is a guy
I think
that, from what
for
I've
whatever
been
reason,
told,
ESPN always does this. They list the
Sure.
left way. I'm like, okay, well, he plays both at fucking in Kamloops. He's playing center.
Unimportant. Is this a guy I've heard? You tell me if I'm crazy here. Everyone's been saying, yeah, he looks sick, but he's doing shit in juniors that just does not translate. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, I think when you look at the way that he plays, like he's a sniper, he's really smart, he can pick apart defenses, but like as far as the upside, it scrapes top 6 skill. He's starting and finishing passing plays. Like he's a very, very offensive forward and has a whole lot of work to do to round out that game. And I think like a lot of it is him just torching everyone. So especially if you're Detroit, you need to take a home run swing on like overall pure talent. But I mean, I loved watching him play inside the offensive zone. Like he can just create plays for himself, create offense. He drives. In all likelihood, I do think he ends up as a winger. I just don't feel super confident in him being able to create like NHL type offense at the center position. But I mean, when you look at what he did at Kamloops, sorry, here, I mean, just one of the better creators of offense in this whole class, at least amongst his competition. It's very annoying that the NTDP is like political about World Juniors and everything, because he should be playing at U18s. He should be playing at World Juniors or whatever, just given how much talent he has. So Detroit takes the big swing on upside and talent. I think that's for as far as, you know, Kosa pick didn't work out a couple years ago. That being said, they do well to go out and take a big swing on a guy like JP Hurlburt sticking around at 23. So that works.
How do you feel about the other side of this, where I love how Isha has 2 logos in the background just stacked on each other, Meth Bear and Utah Mammoth. How do you feel about Utah getting Kosa in this deal?
I like that a lot. Like he's not like he's got a path to play right now. Like at least coming up, like he can compete with. They have a couple other pros. I think Robel's there. He was solid as well. They've got Vamelka there. I think he's ready to at least get some more games. At least he's been up and down, and then I mean, regardless of how well he's playing in the AHL or ECHL, like he just watched Detroit draft more goalies and then like trade for 7. Like we were laughing, was it 2 years ago when they started the season, they technically had like 8 goalies under contract. So you just have to wonder what that does mentally for a kid like Sebastian Coase, who comes in first round pick, viewed as like a legit elite goaltender of the future. Him and Wallstedt battling it out. Not to brag, always had Wallstedt ahead of him. Thank you.
Most did.
And I mean, but like when you look at Kosa, there's been plenty of flashes of like, oh, that's why Detroit decided to pick him over Wallstedt. Like he has shown in spurts that like he can be an elite goalie. So I think more than anything else, he needed to get out of Detroit, obviously, and into a new system here where there's at least a path for him to play NHL games here the next couple of years. Because I think mentally, I'm sure, like regardless of how well he's playing, regardless of what's going on in front of him, just the fact that like they continued making trades, acquiring goalies, drafting goalies, and then now you look at what they've got. It's like, oh, I'll never be a starter. There's no chance I could start. Now he can go compete with some of the goalies that Utah has in their system to be their starter long term. So I like that move.
No, it's
for Utah. Sorry,
for him.
Sorry, and for Utah, I like that too. You've got another kid that's got NHL upside for goaltenders. You don't have to go out and draft one right now. Or at least you have to spend like an early-ish draft pick. I was wondering if they would eventually.
And it's the only thing missing from their pool, and they grab a guy that's further along in the process and has that high pedigree. Like I think it's a great move for the Mammoth.
Yeah, no, I think it works out for both.
So you think more or less this is a balanced trade, or who do you think wins?
I think it's fairly balanced. Like if you, especially like, I know once Larkin put in his trade request, I was like, I need to go and listen to the Winged Wheel podcast, see just like what's going on over there, and like obviously Kosa comes up a lot, and like everyone's on the same page between like Kosa, the fans, front office, the player. Like it was like, yeah, Kosa, like it's just not going to happen here. So they get back the first round, and they get to take a home run swing on a player in a flawed draft class. He's like, yes, he's got a flawed game as well, but like for this class, you take a home run swing on the talent, the ability to create offense. He's a very fun player, so I like it. And getting a 23 rocks, so good for them. I was wondering again if we were going to have to figure out a way to make the trade with Larkin and Minnesota work. That being said, that would have been a crazy gamble to swap Wallstedt and Kosa. That would have been nuts. Oh, shit.
Vancouver, guess. Hurry, fast. Hurry. Novotny. Oh, they're taking a minute. You're good.
Oh, thank God. Oh. You know, we had a lot of time to think about it.
The wheelchair is kind of fucked up, Z.
Oh, you know what would be fun, and I don't think it's going to happen, but I love this player, and he's playing he got traded to Vancouver right now. Fuck it. Take Mathis Preston.
Okay, I can see that. All right, that's your prediction, or that's what you would do?
I'm going with Mathis Preston. He rocks.
Okay. What would you do if you were them? Like, is Novotny just, has he fallen too far?
Yeah, Novotny's definitely fallen too far. Blyle, I'm assuming, is coming soon here.
How important is a goalie in this day? I mean, a goalie matters. You have to have a goalie. You just don't have to have a stud goalie. Would you agree?
That's true. I wonder about, okay, so that could be like a Tribal or Borichev if they want to go goalie here. I don't think they will, but
I'm not even sure if that's what Creepy Colors is going for, but yes.
Take Preston. Do it.
That bow tie rocks.
Hell yeah.
Kid's a stud.
Oh, yeah. No, great pick.
I mean, I think we would agree that's the right pick, but I was with you on the Mathis Preston pick.
Mm-hmm.
So he's sat long enough. Tell everyone how the Vancouver Canucks got a steal here, getting Adam Novotny at 24. Isha, tell Isha.
In this class, he is like cream of the crop as far as just like an absolute workhorse. He's big. He's a really solid skater. Super consistent. Plays a really solid north-south game. Very simple. Very like translatable to the NHL. Can play up and down your lineup. Really solid on the forecheck. And he does have a ton of skill. He's got a really solid shot. I think he had the worst puck luck I've ever seen in my life, specifically at the World Juniors. I think he had to post 4 times. He got robbed by like elite saves, probably 6 or 7 times. He played really well. I think he still finished like 3 or 4 assists, but over a point per game his first year in the O. Plays a ton of pace and wants to push the pace. So I love this pick. He can do a little bit of everything, but I mean the calling card is how smart he is. The fact that he's such a north-south workhorse. But I love that pick. I didn't think he would fall all the way to 24, to be honest.
Isha, do you have any thoughts, or are you just like, yeah, Z said it's good, so I'm happy?
This is one of the guys that Z's been talking about on your guys' show and on this stream, so I am perfectly fine with this one.
You sure you didn't want to trade back?
Well, I mean, Canucks have been pretty quiet here, but shout out to Spencer. That was a cool thing they did there.
Yeah, Spencer rocks. Here we go. Adam Novotny finally off the board at 24, number 16 on Z's big board, and I know you know that Villeneuve is going to push the second round. That's fine. That means next up on your big board at this point, which, by the way, that pick was sent by the Minnesota Wild for Quinn Hughes. Thank fucking God. But also, hey, good for you guys. Let's see. Next up on your board, Z, is Tommy Blyle, who's still hanging out. Tommy Blyle, Mathis Preston, and Gleb Pugachev are the big dogs to watch.
You know what they're gonna fucking do?
What are they gonna fucking do?
They're just gonna get another version of Gabriel Eliasson here. They're gonna go out and take Maxim Sokolovsky. Eliasson was the murderer of his draft class, also 6'7", 6'8". Sokolovsky, the meanest player in this class, 6'8". I don't know if I really want to mock that there, but I do
I'm
think
not locking anything in yet. You're okay.
No, I know. I'm just like in my head, like that'd be very funny to me. I think, oh man,
I mean, they need defense. Do they not?
Yeah, so I wonder about Sokolovsky. I wonder about Blyle. I would love it if they took Villeneuve, but I don't know.
Could you
if they'd
see the
actually
big
do that.
ding of Villeneuve? Like, is that in their bag or no?
I don't know. I would love it if they did that. But I can almost guarantee you they probably do love. I'm debating going Sokolovsky, but I wonder if they go for a player in the mold of some version of like a Brady Tkachuk, maybe like a Casey Mutrin, big power forward. Missed a lot of time with injury here, but really solid player. I really liked him a lot. I thought there was a good chance the Bruins would have taken him at 23 if they were still picking. Committed to BC, so I was like, obviously they're going to take Mutrin.
Naturally.
And then you wonder if enough NHL teams were like that Hawkinson kid, the Swedish kid, that was the one that went to the World Juniors, another big right shot D. We've got a solid foundational game, probably questions about the upside or whatever, but Hawkinson would be a player I wouldn't be shocked if they went to go take there.
The Hawkinson swing would make sense. Fucking Friedman, VCR for Vancouver. That's actually kind of fun. Definitely not going to tell anyone to do anything, but if I were Isha, I would probably quote tweet our stream post and use the video of Adam Novotny and say, Spoke Z has this guy way higher on his board than 24. Look how sick he is. Well, that's just me. Do you have a prediction? Because the pick is in for Ottawa. Hurry.
I'm going to go Casey Mutrin.
I like it. Oh, there goes the big name. I don't think we have a highlight reel for that. So, Isha, you can just throw
Oh,
up,
there it is. That was, you know what? Okay.
Jonas Lagerberhoen.
There was that, you know, literally
Sick
when
name.
earlier when Buffalo was picking, was that their 20? There was a whole lot of smoke that there was a potential that this kid was going to go first because the whole league really, really likes him. Missed almost the entire, I think got hurt in October, missed the rest of the year with injury, but fleet of foot and just an absolute fucking sniper, already has an NHL shot. Really, really fun. Again, there's only just like so much tape on it. I think when he got hurt, he was clicking at like over a goal per game, but you know, big, he's got size and an NHL shot, one of the best shots in the whole draft class. So it's a home run swing. It's a wild card pick, but I mean, it's kind of fun though, it's very fun. Again, before he got hurt, he was clicking at a goal per game. I think he got 2 or 3 SHL games too with Lexan before he got hurt. But I mean, I think he probably, like, if he could have stayed healthy, I think he already would have been probably would have had at least potential to go higher than he did today, obviously. But legit sniper, elite goal scorer, moves well, and he's got size. So I was wondering if he would end up going in the first round here, because I guess there were a whole lot of teams that were looking at him late first. And again, Buffalo loved him too, so that was
Did
a possibility
ESPN
there.
miss a G? They said Lagerber.
Of course they did.
God damn
That's
it,
a fun home run swing. I like it. I
Okay, so
probably
you
wouldn't have
support
done it, but I like it. I mean, kind of, but
You support it. That's
it's
good.
ballsy. I like it. He's fun.
Embarrassing on ESPN. They weren't even prepared for him to be drafted. That's why they spelled it wrong. Shocker. They need Greg Wyshynski on the panel. All right. So that takes us to a scumbag organization that'll ruin this prospect at 26. I don't even know at this point. I don't know much about how they draft. I just know what they do after the draft. How do you feel about the Rangers?
This is where you wonder about Tommy Blyle. They desperately need to add some speed, especially on the back end there. Like we saw what happened with Rasmus Andersson on the ice. Again, this is a player that probably will never play for the Vegas Golden Knights. And even if he does, that's going to be in 5 or 6 years probably. But
Wait,
at
it
speed in
is
the lineup-
Vegas. Jesus, why did I think it was the Rangers? Oops, I missed
because
that.
they traded it's the Dorofeev trade.
I know, I missed that being part of this trade. Oopsie. Okay, so Vegas, yeah. If you're Vegas, do you just do the home run swing and take Villeneuve and hope he hits and then trade him later? Like, is that how you approach this?
That would fucking rock.
Like if you know you're trading it, why wouldn't you do something like that? Are they already trading it? The clock's about to wind down. They're already trading it. These sons of bitches. I hate it and respect it at the same time. It's got to be a trade. Isn't that the rule? If the clock hits 0, you're required to. That would kind of be fun. Let's see. Can we see the trade, please? Z, you just take a second and just sit back and have a couple sips of whatever choice beverage you have. I assume. Oh, hey, look at that. High noon party. Do you have the right flavor?
The one which one did I just put down?
This is the correct flavor.
I love the black cherry. That's not what I was just
It's the
thinking.
only one that I'll buy a 4-pack for instead of getting like the big mix packs. The mix packs, like
Montreal. Wow.
Montreal. So now, who does Montreal take? They're moving up for a reason. Who's on the board that they want? Who actually, the best way to say this, Zeke, because it's going to be the way it goes. Which one's going to piss you off the most when Montreal adds them to their team?
Well, I'll throw up if they take like Villeneuve, Lyle, but
Hawkinson feels right. That one feels like it would cut you to your core. Oh, Creepy Colors thinks Larkin's the one they're going to take.
that's it. I think
I like that. That's bold.
I wonder about Rogowski, Ignatavicius, Hextall.
Do you see? I don't know. I haven't watched him at all, so you can tell me I'm crazy, but I've seen a lot of people say Native Vision guy you're hoping will be your like 4th liner.
Yeah, he's a bottom 6 guy, but he'll be a solid NHLer.
All right. Well, what's your prediction before we speculate on what you would do? What's the prediction? It would be funny if Sokolovsky went to them after you bitched about the Bruins potentially taking him.
Yeah, it would rule. I wonder about Jack Hex. Jack Hextall, Rogowski, Mutrin.
Each is prepared.
Ooh, they might really like Mutrin.
Weil, Pugachev. Well, you tell me what's the prediction before we go into what you would do? Because we're gonna run out of time. We got a minute. Who do you think Montreal takes? As much as it hurts you to say, Z, would you agree with Creepy Colors? They've drafted the best in the past 4 to 6 years.
They're up there for sure.
They're definitely top 3, top 5 range.
Picks in. Fuck. I wonder if they could rush to go Pugachev.
You better pick right now.
Hextall. I don't think that's it.
Pugachev. Dan Week says Dan Milstein strikes again.
Unbelievable. You know what? I knew I should have fucking. I should have stuck with. My gut was saying Pugachev at the end there too. Took Zarowski last year at the end of the first. Love that pick. Fuck! I should have stuck with my goddamn gut.
You'll learn. You'll learn. So next up is Philly. Yeah.
Yes, that's where they. Right, I think.
Yeah, they got
Yes,
San Jose.
Philly. Yeah. Man, I love that pick too. Fuck me, it sucks. I mean, he's like a freight train dude. He's kind of like a Yakov Trenin, honestly. He's a human wrecking ball. Really, really, really good skater. He's big, super physical. Obviously, he's got some nice skills. Can score. I don't think he's gonna be like a top 6 like point producer in the NHL, but I think he is a certifiable bottom 6 guy that's going to be on your penalty kill. He's gonna like make life miserable for the opposition. And again, he does have some sneaky skill, can make some plays, can score some goals, but his calling cards the fact that he's just going to be an absolute pain in the ass. I should have fucking known that's where they were leaning, because I think it was Arpin Basu I was listening to. It was like they want a big, competitive, mean kid. And I looked, their draft history, I should have assumed that they would be more than comfortable going over to Russia. I think, where did I end up ranking him?
Pugachev?
28.
Yeah, you're pretty close.
But yeah, and I mean, he's like a different version of like a Yakov Trenin. Actually, pretty similar. God damn it!
And so far, I don't think has anyone been taken outside of your top 32.
Lagerberg Hohen, I didn't have ranked there. I don't think I had.
Yep, correct. Yep, we knew him. Sorry, I spaced on that. You're right. But I think that's it, right? So far, just one.
Yeah.
Whoa. Barstool promo. Interesting.
Yeah, again, dude, I like Pugachev a lot, but I mean, I definitely would have gone. I actually probably would have.
How many logos does Isha have on this one? This is great. Is it Dallas, New York, Vegas? That's great. I love it. I love it. I love
That's
it.
why I'm taking so long, because I'm like, fuck, I gotta pile them all up.
I love how seriously you're taking your job. I respect it. Hell yeah. And don't worry, Riley. We'll be here tomorrow. How long depends on how many of you show up. Could be very short-lived if we've got limited viewers, but if people are here, we'll go as long as Z allows. It also probably depends on how many high noons he's got. Oh, pick is in. What's your pick? Hurry.
Tommy Blyle.
Oh, they took your boy.
Oh, I was gonna say it's either between Blyle and Sokolowski. He is big. He is mean. He skates well for his size. He's 6'8". He's the meanest player in this class. The puck skills are questionable at best, but that being said, I think he can at least.
Why do you hate him?
I don't hate him. I wouldn't have drafted him in the first round. His highlight tape is him running around killing people, mostly.
Oh my God, they have a picture of him standing next to just a normal human, and it looks like it's his like mini-me. Yeah, he's big. He big.
He is massive. That's funny. I mean, like, you know what? There's wide ranging opinions on him. Like, I know the people over at Elite Prospects, I think they have him like 22, 23. But yeah, no, he is the biggest, meanest player in this draft class. He's like another version of Nikita Zadorov. Again, skates well for his size. Super, again, unbelievably physical. The puck skills are going to have to take a big leap forward if he wants to play legit minutes in the NHL. But as far as physical, pure shutdown defenseman, this is like the cream of the crop of the class. I think he finished with less than 10 points this year. So again, like his calling card is just going to be the fact that he's big, he's mean, he's like Nikita Zadorov.
Sandman, go Maine Black Bears. Soko the Killer. Elite has him 22.
Yeah.
Riley, Isha's favorite video so far.
That's who he was hoping they would take at 3.
Isha, are you willing to trade Caleb Malhotra?
Yes.
Straight. Oh, straight up for your ECHL boy. Damn. Okay. It happened. Sokolowski gone. I love the double I at the end. That's fun. Z, who has the highest upside on the board besides Villeneuve? You knew I was going to say that.
Again, this pick, I'm assuming it's Vegas, right?
Yeah, it's Vegas. That's why I asked the highest upside.
I gotta think Tommy Blau's a solid pick here. Again, one of the best skaters in the class, puck moving defenseman. They really could have used a right shot defenseman who could skate and move pucks this year. This isn't a player who's coming in next year. I know that before anyone goes nuts. But we saw it happen with Rasmus Anderson on the ice. The only reason the results weren't worse is like Noah Hanifin was really saving his bacon a whole lot. But they really need some speed on that back end, another puck mover. So Tommy Blyle, if he ever plays for Vegas, would be a great pick right here.
Okay. I also love that Juho Piparainen still made the graphic here. That's all that matters in my heart. Two minutes left for Vegas to trade this pick or take the highest upside player. Oh man. High midnight by the time we're done. Here we go. So far, besides the San Jose Sharks, which is obvious, who's your draft winner right now?
Oh, I can't even.
Okay.
I have to.
We'll circle back. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Day 2 of the draft.
We'll get there once the picks are done or whatever.
All right.
So I
fair
can
enough.
actually go through and look at the list or whatever.
All right. We will take a quick pause at the end. Let Z go piss. In fact, right now they're taking their time. You got to pee? I assume
Yeah,
you got to
kinda.
pee. Go.
Yes.
Just run.
Hold on. I'm trying to fucking type.
Oh. I'm not making you leave. I'm giving you the opportunity to leave. Isha, you're in for now. Because I feel like Z's going to bolt at any second here.
Okay. Again, my
There he goes.
pick here is Blyle, be an A+ pick, but he's never going to play for them anyways.
All right. Blyle is your pick that they will never have play for them. That is fair. Isha, in general, how do you feel about the Vancouver Canucks? Are you happy with the night? Are you just mad? Do you have no idea?
I'm meh, but like I'm not. Yeah, I'm meh on it. I knew that either
So it
Reid or
doesn't line
Malhotra-
up with the hockey
I knew that
news.
either Reid or Malhotra was going as much as I wanted the other center, and then I had no idea what they were going to do late if they were, yeah. So, Z convinced me with the late pick that it was really good, so I'm excited for that one.
He
And
is
obviously,
very
like,
convincing.
yeah, and like I'm pretty sure like we know what we're probably going to get out of Caleb Malhotra if he develops well. So yeah, I'm interested to see I like what goes down tomorrow. And
Trade
just-
alert. Vegas has already
Oh.
traded the pick.
Oh my god, I gotta stack more shit.
They can't help themselves. They can't.
Oh, I gotta stack another one.
They can't help themselves. This
That's
is
so
great.
funny. Pittsburgh for Marcus. Let's go. It's
Anaheim
been
on the
exciting. It's
clock.
been exciting. Like there's been a lot of movement. We haven't just been sitting here
Hopefully
twiddling our
he
thumbs.
gets back. We will see. I am watching his screen to see if he returns. Z just texted me. He said, of
It's a little
course
Yankee
they
swap.
fucking did that. Blyle's still my pick, by the way. So Blyle is still the pick for
Okay.
Anaheim.
He's literally texting on the
I'm
shit.
glad that he was motivated enough to text me from the pisser.
That's so funny. Oh my god. Okay. Quick little swap here.
All right, Tommy Blyle, potentially.
Potentially.
Allegedly.
Okay. Vegas they just can't help themselves. All right. This 28th pick, man. Oh. Stack on stack on stack. All right.
Pick is in. Let's see. Oh, Z is back.
Did you not hear me?
No,
I'm sticking
you
with
weren't.
Blyle here.
You texted me you were sticking with Blyle. You did text that you were going with Blyle. I knew that. Shared with the group. But yep, they went with Marcus Nordmark.
That's fun. I love that.
Are you surprised? Is that a wild pick, or are you like, damn, that's fun? That makes sense.
No, I like the home run swing. If you're, I mean, again, I thought they would have done well to go for like a defenseman here. That being said, unbelievable difference between the ceiling and floor here. This is a kid as far as like offensive ability, pure upside goes. He's a top 10 player in this draft class. He's got a ridiculous shot, tons and tons of skill, unbelievable handler, smart offensively, solid passer, like a dual threat in the offensive zone. And again, just an absolute sniper, immense talent. But there we don't, it is tough to figure out what that NHL projection really looks like, because he could not care less about anything other than scoring goals and racking up assists. Again, it's fascinating watching how high his hockey IQ is once he gets inside the offensive zone versus the second the puck leaves the offensive zone. But he is really solid offensive ability, really solid off the rush and transition game. But all he is pure offense. He's got a very low motor too. Like, he looks uninterested a lot of the times, especially if he's not with the puck on his stick. But that being said, as far as like, especially late 20s, I love the home run swing on one of the like biggest offensive talented players in this draft class. So I love that for Anaheim. They've already got all these players in their pool now. They've got the young kids that are producing right now. They can afford to take a big home run swing right here.
Pretty unshocking that Vegas already traded the pick.
Ridiculous.
Oh man. Let's see, where does that leave us? We've got Calgary on the clock again. I mean, I feel like there's 5 names. The top 5 names here are probably the ones most likely to go. And maybe they're not in a position to take the swing, quote unquote, on Villeneuve, but Blau, Preston, Hawkinson, Hextall. Does that feel like the
Wasn't
group
Calgary?
for them?
Isn't Calgary on now? Or not
So
Calgary? Vegas.
Oh, Vegas. Shit. Sorry.
Again, Tommy Blyle, still my pick.
Do they trade back again? Yeah, Tommy Blyle. Yeah, we don't have to discuss that any further. Apologies. That was my bad. Dang. I am finally like fully running on fumes. I need another pour of whiskey and we will be good and ripping. Oh, the pick is in. Let's see if Z is correct. In which case, good on Vegas for picking up more assets for moving back and getting the same guy they should have gotten. They picked my boy.
Oh,
They picked my all-name team boy, Juho Piparainen.
that's also, I like that too. I wasn't sure if he was going to go in the first round.
You had him 32 on your board, so you are correct still, sir.
I'm just surprised that he's going before Tommy Blyle. And I'm like, part of me is like, did he get picked and I'm just not paying attention?
Right? I've thought that several times on Hawkinson too.
Ridiculous. One of the like most well-rounded overall defensemen in the class, 6'2" right shot defenseman, skates really well. Really solid puck mover, solid defender in his own end. Not really like necessarily like dynamic offense or like skill or whatever, but is still able to move the puck. Again, I don't think he's going to be a guy that's going to put up 1 million points. But I think he's got enough upside. He can chip in 20, 30 in the right situation. I think he's going to be a really solid second pair defenseman in this league. And I think he's going to be able to do just about, he'll give you a little bit of everything. Like a kind of like a jack of all trades, master of none type player. I really like that pick at 29 for Vegas. And again, just the fact that they can add someone that can move the puck, can move their feet, and is mobile and is not Rasmus Anderson. So that's a nice pick.
And is not Rasmus Anderson. Are you still worried about him landing with?
You better fucking believe it. That being said, bringing in Paterka at that, what is it, $8 million cap hit, that might hurt their chances to go out and give someone else a $9 million contract. That stinks. So I like that. I'm good.
All right, Juho Piparainen, let's go. In the ugliest jersey known to the NHL. God damn it, I hate that Vegas mustard yellow jersey. Gross. Let's see, we've got Avalanche, St. Louis, Anaheim, now Vegas.
Oh shit.
So now we're up to Calgary. Where are we at, Z, for the 30th overall pick? What's the thought process here for Calgary? Did they just bring up Quinn Hughes with a picture of Juho Piparainen up? What?
Well, now that both only one of the rucks are available, I don't see them taking Marcus. Jack Hextall could be an option here.
Sure. Do you not take Tommy Blyle just for the value? Best player available?
Well, I think, it would be different if Nemec wasn't, what, 22, 23, and Perek wasn't selected, was that last year, 2 years ago? I think they go forward here. I'm leaning.
Mathis Preston here.
I would love that pick for them. Feels like Hextall might be a pick here too. If they look at they want to add some more centers down the lineup. I'm going to go Hextall.
All right.
And that means you know who Carolina's taking.
What was your prediction?
Hextall. Yep. Nailed it.
Hey, nailed it. Keep the change. So obviously this is your prediction. Why is this the right pick?
Hang on, I'm trying to finish off a tweet. It's really hard.
Yeah, you're okay. Finish off your tweet. You're okay, man. We're at the end of the draft. Fuck it.
It's all right, man. It's all right.
Two weeks left. Fuck it.
Okay. All right, sorry. There we go. Now I'm back. Jack Hextall, 6 foot, just under 200 pounds. It's like a two-way pivot. He's got some legit offensive upside. He's a really solid passer, but really solid defender. So I think this was the right range for him. Again, he's not going to be a point per game guy. I don't necessarily see him as necessarily even like a high 50s, 60s point type upside, but I mean, he does have some skill, and he does have this unique ability to, like, he's not the fastest kid in the world. He's not like the greatest skater, but he's super smart with the puck on his stick. He can dictate pace. Like, he can choose himself to slow the game down and make it work for himself. That being said, I mean, obviously that's at the USHL level right now. But when he plays with USA, he always plays well. So I think he just screams like middle six, two-way pivot. I think that's a nice pick for Calgary at 30. And I think my buddies over at EP, I think they were always comping him to like some version of like an Andrew Kopp. I think there's a little bit more than like a guy like Kopp, but I could see why it's like a middle six guy that can put up some points, but reliable two-way ability. So I get it.
What's the relation to Ronnie?
What?
Relation to Ronnie Textall.
Oh, and he's headed to Michigan State, obviously, so that helps. Classic. Where did I put Hextall?
You had Hextall
30.
at 30.
I had a 30.
Nailed it. God, you're good. So good. Sokolovsky, left or right-handed?
Left. Yeah.
Put a question mark there if needed.
Yes, left. Yeah, Jack Hextall and Carson Carols in the first round for Calgary. That's nice.
Z is definitely talking a shit. I'm guessing he means taking a shit. And that was probably back when you were chilling and waiting.
I was texting you while I was peeing.
Yeah, Vegas. No, that was big respect. We actually gave you props for that. I'm like, wow, he is so dialed in that while he pees, he's letting me know that he's pissed that they made the trade and that he's keeping the Tommy Blyle prediction. Now we got 2 picks left. Who we know every year that there's going to be a steal from the Carolina Hurricanes. Who is the steal this year for them?
I mean, take your pick between Blyle and Villeneuve.
Blyle, Preston, Hawkinson.
Also, Preston's right up their lane too. These are 3 guys with
Blyle, Preston, Hawkinson are all right in their fucking lane. I feel like Villeneuve is probably not who they're going to take, but it'd be sick if they did. And here we go. Let's celebrate the championship. Blyle or Villeneuve or Preston, actually.
It's unbelievable. Like,
I love it. I love it. Oh, yeah. The logo here for Carolina is great, by the way, once they make the pick. You're welcome, Isha. Jack Hextall's dad is a cousin of Ron Hextall. Damn it. All right. So good. I don't have to have a problem with him. We're good. Jack, you are approved. What is the prediction for Carolina, Z? Once you're done glaring at your phone. It's not a chirp, by the way. I assume you're doing it for good reason.
I'm just gonna say Villeneuve, but it's between him and Blyle.
I feel like at this point they could take Blyle now and still get Villeneuve later.
If they want to go forward, I wonder if they would go kind of off the board again. And a player that I really like, I think I have him early second though. Aram Olsen, Latvian kid playing out of Sweden. He's fun.
Yeah, you got him 36, so 4th in the second round.
He's fun. Or do they just go a different route and go for a center here and end up taking the not exciting players like Brooks Rogowski? I wonder about that, but it doesn't feel like that's something in their.
Would they make Shilov care about hockey?
Or they could take. Well, Shilov, they'll be like, we'll get that guy later. We're not worried about it.
Sure. Just sit him down in a room with Rod.
When do they pick tomorrow? They don't pick till.
I don't know.
Do they pick? Oh, they don't. I don't even think they may not pick tomorrow.
They don't have a second? How is that possible? They've usually got 3 that are all bangers.
They don't have a second or a third. So.
Oh, so maybe they do have to go for Shilov here. Hey, what's the prediction? Clock hits 0. They're trading that bitch. They have to be. If it hits 0, they trade it, right? That's how this works. That's what we've learned.
Yes.
Trade alert.
Nashville.
Oh, is that who it is? Dang. So Let's go, Z. Who is Nashville taking here? Prediction.
Oh, now they have 2 second. It's unbelievable. They get 2 second rounders.
It's so perfect. It's so perfect,
man.
It couldn't be more perfect. As we say, holy shit, they have no seconds and thirds. Let's make a trade. We need a couple of seconds. This isn't okay. And they'll nail both of them because that's how it fucking goes. All right, give me an answer here. Who are the Nashville Predators taking at 31st overall?
Oh boy.
We can talk about what you would do after, but what's your guess?
Well, no, I gotta go through some of their players because it's not in yet, right? Still good? Cool.
No, we're still good. I'll tell you when it's in.
Well, they just traded LaRue.
Who's Laver Gashalov?
Ooh, that checks out.
That's on Megan's big board.
He's a fun player. He's a player out of Russia. Some
we haven't talked about him at all.
Making goal scoring. Yeah, I was thinking about putting him in my. I think what did I send you 50? So I think
you sent me your top 50. Yep.
Yeah, I think he would have been just outside the top 50 with a couple other Russians.
I wonder honorable mentions either.
You know, I'm surprised hasn't been drafted yet.
Oh, he is the last one. I take it back. You have Laver Gashalovsky.
Oh, that's him.
So they probably spelled it wrong.
No, it's his name's Laver Gashalov. I don't know if that's probably too rich though. So Casey Mutrin maybe would be. I'm gonna say Casey Mutrin, which doesn't feel right.
Casey Mutrin.
No, Brooks Rogowski. I'm gonna go Brooks Rogowski.
Brooks Rogowski.
Oh,
hey, your boy finally went.
It's a great pick.
So why didn't you think that they would do it?
I thought they were going to go forward here, to be honest.
Okay.
That's
it. You just thought it had to be forward.
That's crazy. Yeah, pretty much. But no, I mean, first of all, I love that pick. Interesting because they've got. I mean, it doesn't really matter about the handedness when you're drafting, I guess. But they've taken like guys like Wong last year, Rombach, Cam Reid. They took last year. 2 years ago, they took Gustafsson, Nieminen. Actually, they may have taken him as an overager last year. Now that I think about it, but
Tommy Blyle goes. In the
I love that pick. One of the best skaters in the class. Ridiculously high offensive upside. I mean, he was setting records left and right with Moncton in the queue for points by defensemen. I think he's a solid enough defender as well. Again, like a lot of his defensive value just comes from his ability to defend off the rush. Again, top 5, probably top 3 overall skater in the whole class. So super high upside. Again, you can watch. I mean, just that play is so nasty. Ridiculous upside. I love this pick.
I'm bothered they said Thomas. He's Tommy. So Nashville top 5 drafts, correct? For this year?
Yeah, I like. Oh wow, they went fucking home run swinging. Yes, Wyatt Cullen and fucking Blyle. That rules.
Yep, I kind of thought you'd think that. Oh, Jesse Marshall. I had Liam Ruck at 23 overall. To start, he had one of the most violent and disgusting releases you will ever see. Harassing forechecker, pure finisher, good hockey sense in the offensive zone. Problems. No churn in his skating. No good back leg extension. Very choppy. Good speed. Questionable first step. Got to make improvements defensively.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine you agree with all of that because we love Jesse and honestly, he should be running this whole show with us so that you don't have to talk as much because you don't want to talk as much.
I think he has his own space or whatever. I think that's right.
I'm sure he's got something. I feel like you and him are very aligned in how you view prospects. That's my point.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, if there
You guys
weren't
tag him well.
if there weren't tariffs on the hockey news, I'd be right in here, boys. Couldn't get my draft guide this year.
That's why you don't have opinions. There's no hockey news. Okay,
I know,
that makes more
dude.
sense.
It's too expensive digitally too. I ain't paying $30 for a PDF. Not happening.
I'm going to say
Wow,
Casey
someone
Mutra
pointed-
here.
Someone pointed this out, but Tulski got 0 first place votes for GM of the year, and I think that's despicable.
That is horrendous.
How is that even possible? He got 2 second and 8 third. That's gross.
5 Michigan State boys first round. Chase Reid, Nikita Klepov, Ethan Belchis, Jack Hextall, Tommy Blyle. That's outrageous.
I did not know Hextall or Blyle were going there, but God fucking damn it.
The team is going to be so down. I think Blyle might be going in 2 years.
In 2 years or in 1 year?
Well, I think he might be going not this upcoming college season.
Right. So in 1
I
year.
might be wrong though. I think I'm right though. I think that's true.
All right, you should pull up the big board. We've got one more pick, Ottawa, who got
he's going to
whacked and pushed to 32.
I'm gonna
What's the pick here for your Sens Stickos that I know are like your third child behind Boston and Minnesota?
I know they really liked Casey Mutrin, so I was wondering if you would go there. I'm gonna say Casey Mutrin.
Also, you have to take note behind the Predators symbol here is Rod the Bod lifting the cup since Carolina traded out of it.
Sorry, what?
Noteworthy. The graphic.
Nope.
Pick is in. What's your pick? Z? Prediction?
Casey Mutrin.
Okay.
No.
Jackson cover.
I love that.
Explain why you love it. Because I don't imagine Isha has a highlight reel for this one. So let's hear it. Why is Jackson cover one that you love?
Jackson cover out of London. Literally grew up playing ball hockey. I think they said he started playing ice hockey 5 or 6 years ago. Freak athlete. And I mean, it was amazing. Like, I think they said they had no idea how, like, the whole process of junior hockey worked, and all of a sudden he started getting recruited left and right. So again, this is a kid that was living in what's it called, the Cayman Islands, up until I forget how old he was, but grew up playing ball hockey, road hockey. But he actually, like, watching him play on the ice with London, like, he has tons of skill, obviously, moves really well. I just think, like, he's so good off the half wall, and I think he's, like, considering the fact that he's literally just started playing. Like, this isn't someone that went from, like, we see all these draft picks sometimes going, like, they just switched to playing defense 2 years ago. Like in Boston, that's Mason Lowry. Like 2 or 3 years before he got drafted, he decided to become a defenseman. This is a player who literally decided to start playing ice hockey 5 or 6 years ago, which is nuts. But he has, like, unbelievable feel for the game, given the fact that he's still super raw, but it's super athletic. Has a ton of skill. I just think, like, there's a ton of upside with this player, so I love that pick at 32. But his whole story, again, I think I said it on a podcast before. Anyone that has access to The Athletic, I think it was Scott Wheeler that did a full-on feature with Jackson cover. It's one of the coolest stories for any of these kids getting drafted. So I love that this is the kid going 32. Hell of a pick.
Parents
I
are
love
bawling right now. Love it. So cool. Good for him. And yes, we had to include, of course, one particular player that made this draft pick possible. Have you seen the graphic, Z?
Hold on. What?
The graphic
That is.
fitting.
I can't even see it. Dadnov? Oh, yeah.
Of course it's Dadnov.
Well, I couldn't see it.
Why else would they be at 32? Oh, man. All right. We did it. We got to the end of the first round. Z didn't quit. If you haven't already, pour a couple extra drinks, man. Just relax. It's over. Exhale. Chill. Isha literally added himself to step away. Oh, there he is. He's back. Any like shocks for you as far as guys that weren't taken? Z, like who are you bothered that was not drafted? Because I know Villeneuve, you expected to not be taken.
I mean, yeah, well, it's still like it's going to bother me.
Sure, but like I feel like Preston is number one on the list of like why the fuck wasn't he taken? Right.
Also, well, no, that was another one that I assumed I had a very good chance to not get drafted in the first round.
I was hearing a lot of buzz around him like going earlier than you had him ranked, so I didn't know.
Well, coming into the year, he was top 10. He was a guy challenging 4, 5, 6, 7 coming into the year. It was also really good at the Hlinka, and then bunch of injuries this year. Moved from Spokane to Vancouver, and again got hurt again. So just like it was a rough year for him as far as just like what we talked about. Lawrence getting hurt during preseason, then up and down, joining a BU team fully in flux, and just never got like a good footing. Similar thing with Preston, where he's like never got a solid footing. And never really had the chance to kind of like flash just how good he is. But I still really think that he is a first round talent. I know at Smart Scouting, all of my buddies, they're like, we are going to keep him top 15 just because they really loved him. The way the year went just like was worrying for me. Like he's an undersized center, wing, pivot type player, but like ridiculous skills, some offensive upside. So I still have to put him in my first round, obviously. And I love the player. So I'm disappointed he didn't go first round, but I'm not surprised.
Sure. That's fair.
Trying to go through who else did I have here?
Quick thought for Isha's
I'm
sake.
Nikita Sherbakov I thought was going to go first round. I think I ranked him 33 and just like not sold on the upside, but I figured a big, super mobile defenseman.
Neftekamsk. For Isha's sake, picking at 33, I know he wants to trade back, but who should they take? Like, what do you predict and what do you wish for them?
I mean, I would love for them to go out and take Mathis Preston.
Mathis Preston, okay.
You can understand if they don't want to take Villeneuve, considering they are probably going to work on like locking up Zeev William as soon as they can long term, and that's going to like Villeneuve again had a rough year, like objectively after the first 15-20 games had a bad year to the point where he was losing all of his ice time in the playoffs and like wasn't even getting like first power play looks. So like, you understand why he fell that far, given the fact that the season didn't go well and he's that small. But like, I don't know if a team that already has Zeev William on the blue line is going to go out looking to add a Zeev Villeneuve. So I would love it if they would take someone like a Mathis Preston. This is where I was wondering if they would end up going for the Rucks here, but I don't know if they would necessarily feel comfortable just going out and taking Marcus at 33. Ryder Cali, I wonder about. Really, he's a whole lot of fun. Some more depth at that center position. Got a lot of upside too. I like him a lot. You wonder if they're going to go for a goaltender. Maybe they go for a Borchardt or Tribal here. But there's plenty of players still available here. Casey Mutrin is like a lesser upside, but I still like that player. But I don't know if he necessarily fits what Ottawa or what Vancouver's gonna be looking for. But
okay. So take a second, take a deep breath, have a couple sips of whatever you're drinking. Give me the teams that you are happiest and least happy with. I don't know if you want to go top 3, bottom 3, top 5, bottom 5, but just take a second, take it all in. And Isha, just in general, Vancouver, indisputably the worst team this year. How do you feel about the team trying to improve?
I mean, after day one, vibes are good. Excited to see what happens tomorrow, and ultimately if at least one of their roster players will be moved before free agency. And I think a lot of Canuck fans are collectively like, one of DeBrusk, Pettersson, or Besser has to move. We need to spark this rebuild fully.
I feel like DeBrusk, Pettersson, Besser is the order of likelihood.
Yeah, and probably like easiest, to move as well.
Well, let's look. This might be a crazy thing to bring up, but I'll let Isha start on it. There's going to have to be some retention, but how did you feel about Pettersson in Minnesota?
I'm all right with that. I'm all right with that. I mean, it's
for Minnesota or for Vancouver or for both.
I mean, honestly, I was thinking like for the player, this what
return do you want is the real question.
First of all, what a better, there's not much of a better option to have a second chance with a team that has depth. And obviously there's going to be a lot of pressure given okay, what's up? You're the top center now. But because there's Kirill and other, top players on this team, it's not like he's going to be thrown into the fire right away. And obviously a little familiarity with Quinn. I'm sure the relationship is fine. I don't know if things are that heated on the way up, but we'll see. Yeah, and return wise, I don't think Vancouver have to bite too. They're gonna have to retain some cap, but I don't think it's gonna be I don't think moving him is gonna bury them, especially where they are now, i.e., not competitive, and are just gonna lose a ton of games every year, and we're draft for the next 3 to 4 minimum. It's just they're gonna want young assets. They're not gonna want roster players. So it's
sure,
yeah.
I would think 2 or 3 million is
that's fine. Yeah, fine.
So what would you want back from Minnesota if you're a Vancouver fan?
I mean, positionally, it doesn't really matter at this point. It's just whatever asset. I mean, Urov would be probably in the deal. Stramo would probably be nice. I don't know. A combo of one of those guys in Lambos, and I mean, Wild don't really have many picks anymore, but you put it this way, whatever they move Pettersson for, if they make a trade for the Wild, will be better than the return they got for Ryan Kessler. So I'm already laughing because Lambos already better than Lucas Spiza. So,
jeez. Okay. All right, Z. Have you had a second to digest the draft and feel out who you do and don't like?
Yeah, what's weird is this draft, I don't really look at any team and think that they had an egregious first round. I think you could quibble with the Senators taking Lagerberg, Hohen, and Cover at 25 and 32. That being said, obviously it's tough to know what the deal is with Lagerberg Hohen when he misses the entire season after October. That being said, you could see just how good this kid is. He's a 6'2" sniper who can move. Before he got hurt, the 10 games or the 9 games he played, he had 9 goals, 4 assists in the J20, and even got 2 games playing in the SHL. And then Jackson Covers a long-term home run swing on the upside. I love that pick anyway, so I have no issue with them taking 32. I think you look at the Flyers, and I think there's a range of opinions on Maxim Sokolovsky. Again, I would have anxiety taking him in the first round. You're banking on him becoming a smarter version of Nikita Zadorov, and you're hoping you can really develop those puck skills. But there's no doubt that he's a legit shutdown defenseman. He's going to be a solid defender in the NHL. And at that point, when you're picking, what was it, 22, 27, that's not a bad pick. Again, I would have in this class. I'm still just taking home run swings on the upside. So there's not really one team I look at. I mean, I guess you could depends how you feel about Liam Ruck. But that being said, that was definitely
God damn it.
assuming that, oh my God, Ryan Lynn actually might fall in our lap here, and then San Jose sweeps in. But I don't really look at any team and think this was an egregious draft for you. I love the fact that Red Wings come back in and take a home run swing on a kid like JP Hurlburt, who has ridiculous upside and offensive ability.
Can I ask about specifically for my college roommate? Joey, this is for you. How do you feel about DAXON Rudolph and Ilya Morozov for the Buffalo Sabres for what their draft capital was?
I think everyone was shocked when Rudolph was 4th overall. That being said, you look at the game breakers on the back end, that class of defensemen, you can understand them wanting to take that home run swing. He's a right shot, and he's going to have time to go and develop. And then you take a really safe, high floor, middle 6 NHL or bottom 6 center and Ilya Morozov, who potentially chip in some offense. I think if you're picking 4 and 20 and you tell everyone that you get Rudolph and Morozov in this class, it's hey, you take a big time home run swing, and then you take a really safe floor. So I like that too. Again,
Sure.
it looks weird when they could have taken someone like a Chase Reid instead and still get Morozov. But at the same
I
time,
guess that's my question. Can you see a world where DAXON Rudolph is the best defenseman from this draft class? Does that compute for you, or is that a 10% chance?
Oh, it's possible, yeah. Because as far as when you look at all of them and what they do with the puck, as far as their pure upside and their ability, Rudolph is right there. I mean, his highlight tape is outrageous, and legit game breaker. And this is a class devoid of a whole lot of game breakers, and Rudolph is in that tier. So I get it. He's really fun. And again, he doesn't need to go to the NHL and be an 80 point per game guy. You've already got Dalid there. It's crazy. So look at the guys that they've already got in their roster, and then he has time to continue to develop, and he's going to a really good spot in Denver. They're going to give him the keys on day one, and he's just going to continue to develop. And we know how they constantly churn out NHL defensemen, NHL players, so it's a really good spot for him. So yeah, I really can't look at one team specifically that made picks here in this first round. But that was a disaster. And every year there's always one.
Right. So
the closest thing is Ottawa, maybe, but I like those picks.
Sure. Give me 3 to 5 winners. I'll give you a second to think about it because I gotta ask you selfishly: is it a fail for Pittsburgh if they don't get Marcus?
Is it
It's certainly not fun.
I don't care about fun.
I don't know.
Can
You look at
Liam
the raw
Ruck exist alone?
Yeah, I think he can. He's ridiculously talented. Yes.
Okay.
He's super skilled and he's got a ton of upside. It's just yes, he has a whole lot to iron out in his game, but so does every single one of these players.
Right. Okay. So talk to me then. Give me, I don't need them in order necessarily right at this moment. We'll probably circle back to that, but give me your top 3 to 5 teams that you're God damn it, I love what they did for the positions they were in.
Well, I mean, you're never going to beat San Jose. That's just Stenberg, VERHOEFF, and Ryan Lynn picking 2-9-21 is legitimately outrageous.
Insane.
That's sickening. That is sickening.
Good
and
for
the
them.
fact that Stenberg's going to be able to come in and probably play next year is outrageous on a team that is in their window where they are now starting to compete. That's just legitimately sickening.
I'm happy for them. No,
let them keep getting away with this.
Thank God it's San Jose and not Chicago. Let's go.
And then teams with 2 picks. I love Nashville taking the biggest home run swing humanly possible, going for Cullen and Blyle, forward and defenseman, 2 that have top 5 upside at their position potentially. I mean, you can quibble with Blyle, I guess, but I believe in a whole lot of what he does, and believe in a lot of it translating eventually. But like the raw skating ability by itself in the transition game, and even if he's not like a point per game defenseman in the NHL, you look how smooth a skater he is, how fast he is, the manipulation, he's gonna be able to move pucks. Like I think he is going to be a legit top 4D, and I think he will produce. And it's crazy the fact that like eventually Roman Josi will retire, and they've got the right shot, Tommy Blyle coming eventually here. So I love their draft. It's hard not to make the Leafs a winner when you take Gavin McKenna when you're drafting first. It's hard to like not be a winner.
But like I'm not calling that like a winner or not a winner, but that's just like, okay, you were first, you took that player.
Yeah, it's just objectively, yeah.
Right.
And Winnipeg getting Viggo Bjork at 8th overall.
I am saying relative to their position, yes, Winnipeg 100% love that for them.
Similar-ish with a whole lot more. Well, yes, I mean Seattle getting Chase Reid at 7 is.
I feel like those are the top 3 for me: San Jose, Seattle, Winnipeg. Right? Nashville is right there too.
Mm-hmm.
I
really.
Yeah, not necessarily in order. Who's the 5th that you would put in your top 5?
Malhotra, Novotny is really nice for Vancouver. Let's see. Blues go Lawrence, Dejane. I would imagine they end up getting categorized as like a potential loser as far as everyone else in this class because there's a whole lot of risk there. But I love TYNAN Lawrence, so I'm not going to say it. But
you like Lawrence, right? That's
yeah, I love
different.
TYNAN Lawrence.
I
love the home. I have the 2 other like massive home run swings where it is like we are gambling on upside, but we have enough outrageously talented players playing right now in the NHL. I love Anaheim ending up with Klipov and Nordmark. That is like we're gonna find 2 of the highest ceiling players possible in this draft, and we're swinging. It's like a absolute risky version of what Nashville did with 2 forwards, because there's a chance that like Nordmark, there's a good chance that kid doesn't play, but you take him at 28th, you already have enough up front right now. It doesn't really matter if it doesn't completely pan out, but it rules.
What about Belchets to Utah? Is that not like a crazy big value at 17?
Great value at 17. I also love Calgary's draft, getting CARELS at 6, Hextall at 30. Again, this is what I'm saying. Like, you can go through all of these, and I mean, like, I'm sure teams are gonna have, or people will have quibbles with, like, I think Hemming at 14 for me. I'm like, that's right around where I probably take him. But look at some of the other guys that were sitting there. Maybe I'm leaning more towards like a Belchets there.
I think it was 14.
That's what I said.
I think you said 13. Sorry, my fault.
And then I'm sure when people go through it and analyze it, people will have questions about taking Lawrence and Dejane at 11 and 16. I love Lawrence, so I'm not going to say anything.
You were very high.
And then I mean, like Suvanto at 18, it's boring, but at the same time, you look at what they need, that makes sense. But like, it's not the most inspiring pick, and I think everyone knew he was going right around that range, so it's not like a terrible pick or anything. I'm not going to like really quibble with that.
But boring.
Novotny,
again, Vancouver. I
love that.
I get that. I'm curious.
Again, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just like nice.
26 Montreal Pugachev. How much does that bother you or not bother you? Because I know you talk every year about fucking Montreal. They ruined my day.
Yeah, I mean, I love Pugachev, so it's another player that I really like that they end up with. So I hate that for me personally, but I like that for them.
This is the most stacked one, by the way.
I was wondering if they were
this
going
pick moved a lot, by the way. So you always have that.
Great graphic.
But yeah, no, I think you can quibble with that one, but at the same time, like, I love Gleb Pugachev, so not really much I can shit on them for that, because I like the player a ton. And if he ever is in the NHL at the same time as Arbor Jacki and Josh Anderson, that sucks for anyone else on the ice. Like, sucks for literally every single other player on the ice.
Bummer.
Look at that. Just about at the 5-hour mark. Oh.
Oh, we're gonna hit that for sure. But I mean, Z, anything? Do you want to just pause from the draft and just swoon now that you saw the final result? You got a great player, didn't give up what you thought they were giving up. How happy are you to get JJ Peterka?
I think, yeah, I mean, a player with legit top 6 scoring ability who is fast. He can play at pace. The Bruins have hated pace forever for some reason. And then all of a sudden, they decided to scratch James Higgins in the playoffs, despite the fact that like their most successful line at like turning pucks over on the forecheck was who's the Dinoff with Higgins and Fraser Bitton. And then they decided, no, you know what we should do? We should probably scratch. Higgins. I don't think he's ready, even though he played well. But I love that. Again, like you're giving up the 23rd overall pick. You're hoping turns into someone that can match what Peterka can do in like 4, 5, 6 years, probably. And then that 2028 first round pick, top 10 protected that you acquired from Florida, like who knows where the hell that's even going to go. So I love that. And again, Peterka locked up long-term on a reasonable contract, assuming he can like get back to just like not playing how he played this year in Utah when he was the 4th, 5th, 6th go-to guy as far as scoring ability. So I like the pick. I like that gamble for, or not even really like a gamble. I like that pick for, or that trade for Boston, because they don't really, they're not in a position where they're ready to say that they're going to go ahead and rebuild right now. Because I like up until that trade, I was like, they should probably sell everything now. I think at this point, I'm dead serious. Like I was like, they're done. It's over. Like they suck at their. They all suck at their jobs. Like every once in a while they do something good, but like Sweetie and Neely are built for 2011. That's like how they. So I like the fact that they bring in Kevin Adams, and I would imagine JJ Peterka was like, no, God damn it, I got away from you.
In fairness, what happened first? Which happened first?
What
happened first? Adams or Peterka?
Adams was technically there first, and also you got Marco Sturm coaching and Lucas Reichel. They re-signed this year, so. Got a couple Germans buzzing. Oh, and McIlvain or whatever.
The Germans. Yes. Fair. Fun. Anything we want to say? We don't even need to go into like draft things for the Wild, but just where are we at of the Minnesota Wild? Like
what draft things for the Wild?
Can they get Larkin? Is this happening, or are they just gonna stand pat? Because that's really their only move.
Oh, so who's the guy that
do you see other moves? Do you see other moves?
Oh, who's the guy that everyone was citing like the rumors that like it's like the trade's happening? Is Andy Strickland? Was that it? Everyone's
Strickland said that that's the most likely outcome, and I really just don't care.
There's like a bunch of like Instagram like NHL news accounts, whatever, that do have like a lot of following, but it's basically just copying, pasting, a graphic over some quote from sometimes our podcast too, by the way.
That's fine. Go for it.
I saw one that they tagged 3 different and wrong Andy Stricklands, and everyone in the comments is just roasting like, who the fuck is this guy talking about these rumors or whatever? And then I was like, oh God, poor account just getting blown up. So finally saw the original one on Twitter, but how do you same account, 3 different Andy Stricklands? It's like, bro, figure it out.
So no answer.
Oh,
I don't think anything's changed. They didn't acquire any extra assets in the last day or two. They don't send anything out. So I think
my question is, do you think they can get Larkin? Is it even possible at this point without a third trade partner?
I mean, yeah, I would assume that they do need that third trade partner. Same time, you're looking around the league, and Dylan Larkin still has the no move, so he is technically in full control. So if he really wants to be that guy and dictate his way to Minnesota, they're going to make it work.
Did you guys see Lil Wayne there on the screen for the draft?
No, already.
It said
I already have Muay Thai on.
It said rapper and Linda Cohn fan. I fucking love that. He was wearing a Carolina Hurricanes jersey, and it said Lil Wayne. Underneath for the description, it said rapper and Linda Cohn fan, and I fucking love it. That's the best thing ever. That rocks so hard. God damn it.
Wow.
All right, back on track. I don't even know what we were talking about. That's great.
What track?
Yeah, there's no track. There are several players, Z, still on your board that you love. I know they won't fall that way in the second, third, whatever rounds, because that's never how it works. Beyond like the couple of guys that are top of your board right now, is there anyone that you just look at in the later rounds and you're like, whatever team picks this person, they're gonna have a hell of a time? Hell yeah. So not Villeneuve, Preston, Hawkinson. I'm asking later rounds, not second round.
So not second round, like players that'll go third, fourth, and beyond.
Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. Yeah, like who is later that you're like, this is diamond in the rough?
I mean, I'm a big Adam Anderson fan, but I do think he probably will end up going in the second round, I guess.
Okay. Late second is fine. I'm just talking like not a no shit second round pick. No one that's showing up on this board right now, probably. Who's the top St. Cloud player commit on your board? Is there a single one, Z?
I have to actually go through now. I think about it.
All right. He's looking for it, Jason. Do you think Carter Casey gets drafted?
Yes. Mid rounds.
Hell yeah. Love that. He's one of my favorites. I loved him before he was a Gopher commit. He has the best pads. Hard to not like a Grand Rapids boy. And now that he's a Gopher.
Oh, yeah. Fucking, is he still committed there?
Who? Who's he?
Jonas Sivertson?
Jason, chime in.
I think he still is, right? Yeah. He's absolutely next. He will get drafted. He has a chance to go late second, most likely mid third, early fourth, but definitely a player to be excited about. Really smart, absolute hammer with the puck, sniper. He's a 6'3" winger, can play center here and there, but most likely gonna end up being like a winger. But yeah, he already has like an NHL level shot, quick release. And I mean, also like the one touch passing, give and goes with teammates, very fun. What did he put up for point? 50 points this year in the dub with Prince Albert. But yeah, no, committed to St. Cloud, and I would say that would be one that I would definitely. I think EP ranked him one of the first picks for round 2, actually. Most other places have it late second, early to mid third or fourth round, but committed to St. Cloud. I forgot that he had committed to St. Cloud, actually. Jesus. But that's a kid that's going to be very exciting. A really good pickup for St. Cloud. I'm trying to think who else was committed there.
Oh, Ryan's
Jackson,
asking, by the way,
Jackson Rudd, maybe? Hudson
Um,
Losey, Casimir Carlson. Is Chad Rudd still committed there too? He's like an 06 though, I think, right? Probably. Oh God, I don't even remember. I think he's just committed there. Yeah. Okay, never mind. Sorry.
My answer is no to Riley, but Z. Is it possible that Zuccarello is doing the ultimate solid to the Wild and he's waiting until they're done in free agency to take as much as we can give him?
I don't know. I mean, like, I'm sure his first, second, third preference is to come back. That being said, I think he's probably not saying like, yeah, I'll come back with a very low cap hit. I mean, like low compared to his production, yes, but like I'm sure he still wants to get paid.
I think he's signed if he's willing to take not like
two
total
like
deal,
a 2x4
less. Right.
Yeah.
Which like 2x4 isn't even a deal. That's like basically what he just came off of. I would think a 2x3 is reasonable. If he wants more, it means he's leaving. Period.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if he's trying to max out that contract, as much as I love him, and who knows, at the end of the day, they might get to a point where they feel like they need to do it, and I would get it. But at the same time, I'm not. If he's like, I want 4 years, I'm like, thank you for your service, sir.
2 max. At least for now. Extend him later if you want, fine, but no. Oh, Jason, thanks. Don't know much about him. Know the name from the commits. Fair enough. Z, any updates on Gavin Giroux's crayons?
Still intact, which is great. I'm sure he was coloring the hell out. Like I'm sure he was. It's. I mean, it's just so good. I think about that tweet 5 times a day, probably.
I've thought about it nonstop since you pointed it out to me. Isha, have you heard about this? Z, explain to Isha your favorite tweet about Brady Tkachuk. I'm gonna cry.
Senators tweet out, "Thank you for your time here in Ottawa, Brady." And my favorite tweet, my favorite reply was, "The real winner here is Gavin Giroux, Claude Giroux's son. He finally will have crayons that aren't chewed on." It's just like A+ work on the Twitters.
That is the best tweet that was ever tweeted. Even in Elon Musk's Twitter. It's so good.
There've been some good ones.
I regularly inspect my kids' crayons now to see how chewed they are.
Has Brady Tkachuk been here? What the hell?
Holy fuck, that's so good. That's the best. Oh my god. That
you think
I need a person to come on as a guest.
Dan, do you think the reason Stevie Y is not doing anything because he's been smoking too much reefer? I don't know.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Like that's the other thing with the Larkin trade too. Like I think actually realistic, like you probably are looking at 27, 28 firsts is somewhat as far as like you look at the teams that were potentially in on Larkin and like where they're picking in 2026. Like I'm sure he'd like to maybe acquire like some seconds and thirds in this one, but like really the 2027 first probably because they're gonna stink. And then if they can have someone else's first round pick. And I mean, again, they get back in here into this draft and they end up with JP Hurlburt 23? Again, they still end up with a player that they probably would have been identifying. And if they had made the playoffs, that's where they would have been picking anyways. And that's probably would have been the right pick anyway. So I think it worked out in theory. Again, the whole year was a bit of a disaster. The fact that now Larkin's out, that sucks. But we'll see where Larkin's willing to go and how much he's willing to, or like how much rope he's willing to give him. Because I mean, he could just say, "No, I want out now, and this is where I want to go." And I guess that's just the amount of power that he has right now. But I know, like again, Strickland tweeted out, "I would imagine this gets done at some point and it's going to end in Minnesota." I was like, I would be shocked if this is something that happens like before the trial. Like if I'm Stevie Y, I'm taking my sweet ass time here.
But if I'm Karen, I'm not willing to wait much longer.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing. Like Stevie Y's like, okay, well, fine, increase your offer. Because if I need to sit on this all summer long, like who are you going to go trade for? Who are you going to like, what are you going to go sign someone to free agency?
Probably fucking Vinny Trocheck, which I like him, not as my one.
Then he'll go ahead. He's like, yeah, have fun with that. Anyways, next.
I'm not challenging Stevie Y. I'm saying, God damn it, just fucking get it done because I don't want it to be that route.
It's a good point. Cosgrove. It's crazy. He didn't get a single first.
Also because he fucking crushes a GM. Like, I'm not on the page of like, oh, whoever wins the Stanley Cup should win GM of the year, but fucking Tulsky deserves to be GM of the year. He crushed it. Look at what he did. He turned the Rantanen trade into the biggest positive ever. He gets Hall and Short King of the Year out of it. Plus, he turns the additional assets into Keandre Miller. That was their Stanley Cup. How is he not the GM of the year? What the fuck?
Sign Nick Ehlers, sign guys like Eric Robinson.
Oh, Nick Ehlers, I hate him. He's not a good hockey player at all. Oh, wait, I fucking love him. God, it makes no sense. How does he get 0? That's insane. I love Bill Guerin, but Tulski, GM of the year, for sure.
I don't know. I hate how it's just like an every year thing. I think 3 years it should be awarded every 3 years, because then it's like you're actually building something or maintaining something, and sometimes it takes some skill to maintain and buy yourself another year or two with some big names. All right, boys, I'm running out of gas. I don't know how much longer you guys want to. You guys got a big day tomorrow too, so
I think we're good. Let Z go to bed. I think it's a great night. Wild draft, but very fun. Like Z said, no losers per se, but there's definitely winners.
Well, and enough trades to keep us on our toes, which is good.
And trades that weren't part of the draft that tricked us.
Yeah.
It was long, but it wasn't like last year where it was like, this is getting completely painful. 2 picks in.
Agreed.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
So yeah, anyone that wants to watch the second round through the 7th round tomorrow, Z and I will be here at 10 a.m. Central. And if attendance is short, it won't be a long stream, but if you guys show up in force, we'll hang out for a while. We'll have fun.
Hey, last year there was a bigger crowd for day 2 than there was for day 1. So
accurate. So we'll see. Wild allegedly picking tomorrow. We'll see.
Maybe they won't. We'll give you every pick we have for Larkin. Every single one of them.
For this year, sure. I would do that.
And next year, and the year, whatever you want.
All right. Well, I just want to give a big shout out to everyone who went above and beyond, who stayed here throughout the entire 5 hours, who commented throughout the entire show, who've been supporting us for 7 years running now on this draft party live stream. And shout out to Cam, shout out to Jason, Creepy Colors. I mean, you guys just donating left, right, and center. Appreciate you guys as well. So I want to give you guys a shout out. And the Sinbin, Sinbin was here since the beginning as well. Riley, I mean, everyone here in the chat, appreciate you guys. This was a lot of fun. Tomorrow the boys will be back, and then
we'll be talking about fighting, slap fights.
I'm undecided if I should do UFC or if I should do this Kazakh league. They both start at 8 a.m. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. All right. Good night, everybody.
Peace.